Good morning, folks. My name is Jimmy Bashar with the ISO Stakeholder Affairs Group. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the ISO workshop over the EIM Resource Sufficiency Evaluation, which, as you may know, of course, is part of a series of workshops to address our current summer readiness efforts, which are in full swing at the moment. With that, we do also, of course, very much appreciate your time and engagement in lieu of current events, and I hope everyone is continuing to be safe and healthy out there, of course. I'm also joined today by Khaled Abdul Rahman, our VP of Power Systems and Market Technology, as well as Rahul Kalskar, who will be our presenter for today from our Market Validation and Analysis team. Joined also by Don Trethaway, James Friedrich, and Perry Sabridio from our Market Infrastructure and Policy Group, as well as Guillermo Bautista from our Market Analysis and Forecasting Group, and Virginia Thompson from our Customer Service Group. Our agenda, as you can see, to discuss what the Resource Sufficiency Evaluation is and how the CAISO utilizes it, followed by a discussion on the related bid range capacity and flexible ramp sufficiency tests that the ISO applies. And in addition, as you may know, we also solicited requests for stakeholders to present at this workshop. And so with that, we do appreciate PowerX for their time in advance as they prepared a deck which will be presented after the ISO's deck today, likely following the lunch break. So stay tuned for that as well. In addition, our calls and webinars are recorded for stakeholder convenience, allowing those who are unable to attend to listen to the recordings after the meetings. The recordings will be publicly available on the ISO webpage for a limited time following the meetings. And of course, the recordings and any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without ISO's permission. And lastly, of course, we do encourage verbal questions only. Any chat questions that I see, if you're uncomfortable, I'll be happy to verbalize that for you. But for raising any questions, please raise your hand virtually by pressing #2. And we, of course, please request that you state your name and the company that you represent. And with that, I'll hand it over to Rahul.
Thank you, Jimmy. And if you can confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jimmy, for the introduction. Before I go into today's presentation, let me set some background for today's discussion. So the main purpose of this presentation from the ISO regarding the resource sufficiency evaluation is to present the current structure and provide a little more in-depth discussion about how the tests are set up today, what is the purpose, and also go into little more details about how the test is performed and what is the implication of failing a test, and what tools a balancing area has to pass the test. And then the subsequent session would go in more details about from PowerX about what the thoughts are from the EIM community. And then in the afternoon, we can have a healthy discussion about what the current state of the test and if there is any need for any improvement. So I would like to set up this morning's discussion for the presentation mainly to focus on any questions or discussions related to the current setup. With that, let me start with the first slide. So here, what is the main purpose of resource sufficiency evaluation? In the energy imbalance market of the EIM, there is no obligation for resources to submit bids, or there is no resource adequacy requirements. So essentially, EIM is a volunteer market where we expect all the balancing areas bring enough bids and sufficient ramping capacity to realize the benefits of diverse pool of resource for dispatch. So in order to ensure that there is sufficient capacity in the market, there are a series of tests that are performed. Those are the balancing test, bid range capacity test, flexible ramp sufficiency test, and feasibility evaluation. The balancing test is essentially performed to ensure that resources or the balancing areas are balanced considering their load forecast, generation-based schedules, and NSI. And the feasibility evaluation is performed mainly to check if there are any potential transmission overloads given the base schedules for each balancing area. And the feasibility evaluation is only for balancing areas to have information and make any decision outside of the market. So those two are a pretty simple test. The bid range capacity test and the flexible ramp sufficiency test are a little more involved. So today's discussions are going to be focused mainly on the bid range capacity and the flexible ramp sufficiency test. Jimmy, can you go to the next slide? So, as I mentioned, for the resource sufficiency evaluation, we perform 4 tests. Out of the 4 tests, only 2 tests are applicable to ISO. Those 2 tests are the flexible ramp sufficiency test and the bid range capacity test. The balancing test is not applicable to ISO because the ISO already has a day-ahead market and the hour-ahead scheduling market, or the HASC, which ensures that ISO comes in balanced into the EIM. And the feasibility test, of course, is already incorporated in the ISO day-ahead and HASC markets. So there is an active congestion management for the ISO BA prior to the EIM trade hour. So as we discussed, it's the flexible ramp sufficiency test and the bid range capacity test that's mainly applicable to the ISO. All the other tests are essentially applicable to all the other EIM participants or the EIM balancing areas. And for today's presentation, in subsequent slides, we would provide more details about specific days for the ISO test results for both the flex ramp sufficiency test and the bid range capacity test. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? So the first test that we would like to focus for today's discussion is the bid range capacity test. And I'll go over what is the purpose for the capacity test, how the requirements are calculated for the capacity test, any resource, resource capacity calculation, and then what is the criteria that a balancing area has to meet in order to pass the bid range capacity test. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. For the bid range capacity test, the main purpose is that the balancing area has a sufficient bid range capacity in its own area to meet the under and over imbalance requirements. So essentially, what the test is supposed to perform is for each trade hour, the application looks for any imbalance that there may be for in the up or down direction, and then it calculates the resource level capacity, and we try to ensure that there is enough capacity from the BA, and if there is not enough capacity, then the BA will fail the test. Let me pause here and see if there are any questions so far.
As a reminder, if you would like to ask a question, you can do so by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. And I currently have no callers in the queue.
Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So these are some of the rules for the bid-range capacity tests, and similar rules are essentially applied to all the 4 tests. Let me provide some more color about the various timings the tests are performed and so on. So for each trade hour, the ISO performs the bid-range capacity test 3 times. The first time the test is performed is 75 minutes prior to the trading hour. Then the second test is performed 55 minutes before the trading hour, and the last and the final test is performed at 40 minutes before the trading hour. During each of these 3 iterations, ISO performs a under imbalance direction test, and it also performs an over imbalance direction test. And these tests are performed for each of the 4 15-minute intervals for the trade hour. The first 2 tests, which are performed at 75 minutes before the trading hour and the 55 minutes before the trading hour, these are the advisory tests, and they enable the balancing area operators to adjust their schedules in order to make any necessary adjustments to pass the test. Essentially, the operator can review the results at T75 and T55 and make any necessary adjustments to their base schedule submission process, or for that matter, bid ranges, and ensure that there is enough capacity to pass the test. So finally, at 40 minutes before the trade hour, there is a final test performed, and at this T40 test, if there is not enough capacity, then there are implications for the subsequent trade hour. Balancing area essentially fails the capacity test if it fails at T40, and if the balancing area fails the bid range capacity test, then it automatically fails the flex ramp sufficiency test. Now, as I mentioned, the test is performed for both over and under direction. So the implication of failing the under test is the BA would fail the flex ramp sufficiency up test. And if the balancing area fails the over test, then it will fail the flex ramp sufficiency down test. Jimmy, can we move to the next slide? Okay. So what are the requirements or what are the data inputs that go into the bid range capacity test? For the capacity test, we essentially have 4 sets of inputs. The first input is the 15-minute market demand forecast. The second test is the net schedule interchange. The net schedule interchange essentially represents for an EIM area represents the hourly base schedules on the hourly transactions on its intertype. And for the California ISO, the net schedule interchange essentially represents the most updated market level information. So for example, at T-75, ISO hasn't run its HAS market yet. So at T75, the ISO markets will, the capacity test will use the RUC results from the day-ahead market. And what I mean by RUC results is it will include all the hourly transactions on its intertype from the RUC market. Now, as we move on to from T75 to T55 and T40, at T55, the ISO HAS results are already available. So the NSI is essentially using the HAS information for the net schedule interchange. And then as we go to T40, we expect that we would start getting tags for the HAS results. So the market would essentially use either the HAS results or the tag results. And the tag always trumps any HAS results for the NSI. And And the next input that goes into the calculating requirement for the bid range capacity is the generation-based schedules. The generation-based schedules are essentially for an EIM area, represents their base schedules that's submitted to the ISO through the DSAP application, whereas the generation-based schedule for the ISO essentially represents the most updated market results. So for example, T75, ISO will use the RUT schedules, which are the hourly schedules available from the day-ahead market. And as we go through the timeline of T55 and T40, the generation-based schedules are essentially the most updated advisory schedules from half or from the 15-minute market. So essentially, the generation-based schedules for the ISO are the advisory schedules from the half 15-minute market. And for the EIM entities, the generation-based schedules are essentially the starting point for taking part in the EIM. And that is what is provided through VSAP to the ISO. And finally, I have labeled the last input as a histogram data. The histogram data here is a catch-all a function that essentially uses a set of high percentile, low percentile, relatively high, absolute high and low values. What this histogram data represents is a historical pattern of changes in the net schedule interchange between T40 and T20. So essentially, for all the EIM entities, they submit their hourly transaction-based schedules by T40. That is the last change that can be made to the base schedule. And then the tag, since the tag deadline is T20, ISO receives those updated tag information at around T20. So the main reason for including this histogram data in the bid range capacity test is to ensure that the test takes into account any historical deviation in net schedule interchange. And the idea is to ensure that if a balancing area has a history of either under-scheduling or over-scheduling on ties, then the balancing area is required to carry the additional incremental bids to take into account any changes after the T40 test and ensure that there is enough capacity to meet any imbalances that are caused because of deviations in the NSI values. So finally, what is the equation for the bid range capacity test? Essentially, we look at the 15-minute demand forecast, then add the exports from that area, subtract the generation-based schedule, and then subtract the import-based schedule. So if you can see here is if the demand forecast plus export, if it's more than the generation-based schedule and imports, then essentially there is an incremental requirement for the undercapacity test. And if the demand forecast plus the sum of exports is less than the generation and imports, then essentially there is a requirement for the over generation condition. And there is another term that needs to be added for the historical NSI deviation. And as we go to the next slide, you will see the final equation. So, Jimmy, can we go to the next slide, please? So as I mentioned in the previous slide, we take a look at the bid range capacity test requirement. And for the undercapacity, we add the additional incremental requirement. And for the overcapacity, we add the decremental requirement. And essentially, the details for the additional incremental and decremental requirements, they are available in the EIM, BPM, but in short, the main reason for adding these incremental and decremental requirements are to ensure that the tests take into account any historical interdive deviation. Jimmy, can we see if there are any questions for participants for any material that we have covered so far?
Yeah, thanks, Rahul. That was a lot of good stuff. As mentioned, folks, please press #2 for any questions. Give you a few seconds.
All right, looks like we do have one caller just joined us on the line. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hello, this is Frank Pillard with Bonneville Power Administration. Actually, I want to go all the way back to slide 4. I had a question on the tests not applicable to ISO. So I understand the reasoning behind excluding both the balancing test and the feasibility test. The only thing I had a question on, if there was insufficient bids below the price cap to actually meet the balancing test, how would that get reflected, or would that get ignored?
So let me restate your question. Is your question that if you look at total demand plus the total supply from the ISO RUC or from the HAS market, is there any implication for balancing test for the ISO? Is that what your question?
Yes, if there was insufficient bids below the price cap to be able to meet the balancing test in the HAS, would that would result in a failure, would it not?
So from a balancing test perspective, I think any infeasibility that occurs in HAS or RUC would be similar to an infeasibility in for a balancing test. But currently, there is no implication or no balancing test for the ISO. However, in the bid range capacity test, that would be an indication that there is not sufficient capacity. So that would essentially take into account.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, then we do have another caller who just joined the queue. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Good morning. This is Alvis Svoboda from PG&E. I just had one question, which I think will probably be better handled later, but I just wanted to raise it because you brought up the criteria for performing the test. Is it possible that you should be performing the upward test even in situations where the criteria appears to be that you need downward capacity during periods of summer need?
So we currently do perform the test in both the directions. It's just if we are already balanced, then essentially there is no implication of performing that test.
Oh, there's no indication that you might still be performing it, and you might still be looking at the next level of determining how much flexibility you have and so forth.
So, yeah, I think that's a good question regarding flexibility. For the flexibility test, we do perform for both up and down direction. And as we go through the subsequent section, I think you can see that we do have the data for how much flexible capacity is available for each hour.
Okay, great. It seemed like this could lead you to be over-optimistic if you just happen to be a few megawatts over for some period, and then the possibility of being blindsided later would occur. So thank you.
Sure.
All right, we do have one more caller in the queue, and as a reminder, pressing #2 will place you in the queue. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hi, Rahul. This is Kelsey Brown from Pacificor. And I guess I'm just following up on the question that was asked relative to the balancing test. You made the comment that if the ISO effectively fails the capacity test, that it would indicate that the ISO was not balanced. And I guess I'm wondering that because the ISO does not apply the balancing test to itself, and so therefore it's not subject to the potential penalties that come along with the failure of that test as an EIM entity balancing area, is that something that the ISO would consider or reconsider, I guess? Because I know, for example, the ISO loads do actually receive revenue relative to that penalty that gets applied to the EIM balancing areas if they fail the balancing test. So I guess would the ISO consider, one, either removing them from receiving those revenues since they're not necessarily subject to the penalty, or two, would the ISO consider subjecting themselves to the potential balancing test failure penalties relative to a failure of a capacity test in the future?
So, yeah, I think maybe let me respond to two things that I took down. First, when I mentioned that when we look at the capacity test results and if there is not enough capacity to meet the forecast, then we would that's what would give an indication that we failed the capacity test. That was related to the question from the first caller. The question regarding what should be the implication of ISO getting the revenue from the capacity test, I think that's a good question that we can have a discussion for this afternoon. And
okay, thank you.
I'll try to make a note of it.
All right, I have no more callers in queue.
Okay, then I think, Jimmy, we can move on. Can we go back to slide, I think, 6 or 7? Yeah, and let's go to the next slide, slide 10. So far what we have discussed is the purpose of the bid range capacity test, what are the inputs that go into calculating the requirement. Next, we are going to look at how does the ISO calculate the resource bid range capacity. So for every resource that has a bid in the market, ISO calculates the incremental bid range capacity. And the way incremental bid range capacity is calculated is essentially based on the generation-based schedule. So the incremental up capacity is the capacity between the upper economic limit and the generation-based schedule. And the upper economic limit for any resource is calculated using its master file Tmax, any D rates that are entered for that resource, the bid max that is submitted based on cyber bid submission, and any ancillary service reservation on that resource. So for EIM entities in the ISO market, we do not procure regulation of or SIN. However, the EIM entities have an ability to reserve capacity for SIN or for ABC, or what we call as regulation sometimes in the EIM world. So those two capacities are essentially discounted from the upper bid range. And that's how we calculate the upper economic limit. And thus the incremental bid range is the difference between the generation-based schedule and the upper economic limit. Now, it is possible that there are resources that just have bids in the market but do not have a zero generation-based schedule. In that case, the incremental bid range capacity is essentially the minimum of the master file Tmax, the maximum operating megawatt based on any D rates, and finally the bid-in economic maximum. So essentially, we do use any offline resources with bids in the market and use that to calculate the incremental bid range capacity. This is also, this scenario is also similar for any multi-stage generators. if we have any MSG resources that, say, is operating in second configuration and it has a total of 3 configurations, then the bid range capacity test would use the generation-based schedule and then look up all the way to the upper economic limit for that plant and not necessarily for the configuration. So essentially, when we are looking for the incremental bid range capacity, the market does not consider any intertemporal constraint, but just looks at the total upper economic limit and then looks at the generation-based schedule and calculates the incremental bid range capacity in the up direction. Similarly, the decremental bid range capacity is the capacity between the generation-based schedule and the lower economic limit. Now, to calculate the lower economic limit, similar to the upper economic limit, we take into consideration any regulation capacity that's available on the resource that's awarded from the ISO markets or has been provided by an EIM, what we call as ABC down or regulation down. Then we take into account any PMIN re-rates, and we also consider the resource minimum operating megawatts. And considering all those inputs, the ISO calculates the decremental bid range capacity. Jimmy, let me pause here and see if there are any questions for this slide.
As a reminder, pressing #2 will place you in the question queue. All right, moving on to our first caller. Caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hi, this is Kent Walter from Arizona Public Service. Real quick, wanted to ask, as we're thinking through this, it's really to think about how this applies to generation resources. Could you also kind of speak to if there's anything different for load resources?
Load resources. So are you referring to any load resource that has a non-spin bid, or we're talking about storage resource?
Demand response type resources or other resources that may be used, whether that be curtailment or otherwise of load, and how that applies to the bid range and the contribution to the flexible range for the CAISO flex ramp test.
So for the bid range capacity test in the ISO markets, we have PDR, proxy demand response, and reliability demand response. As long as we have an economic bid for those PDR and RDR resources, they are essentially treated very similar to a generation bid, where a bid essentially represents the willingness of the demand resource to curtail. And we have an economic min and economic max. And if the base schedule or the PDR is essentially is offline, then the total range all the way up to its economic max would contribute to the incremental capacity. And then if the PDR or RDR is already online and operating at its upper economic limit, then the capacity from where it's operating all the way to the economic minimum would go towards the decremental bid range. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. So largely it gets treated the same way, and the range is based on what is the bid range for that load-based resource. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, and there are no more callers in queue.
Okay. Then let's move on to the next slide. Okay. So far we talked about the capacity test requirement and the capacity test resource level capacity. So in order for a balancing area to pass the under bid-range capacity test, the sum of resource incremental bid-range capacity has to be greater than the requirement. And for the over bid-range capacity test, similarly, the sum of resource decremental bid-range capacity has to be greater than the bid-range requirement. And the way ISO, just to recap, the ISO performs these tests 3 times. The first 2 advisory tests are performed at T75 and T55, where T represents the trading hours, and the operators have an ability to review the test results and then have an ability to make changes to the bid submission or the base schedule submission and take actions to pass the bid range capacity test. And the final test results is available to operators at T40. And these test results to the balancing areas operators are available through a specific application called Balancing Area Operator Tool, or BAOP. And the ISO also publishes the bid range capacity test results on CMRI. So whoever has access to CMRI can review those results. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so now we go into data for a specific trade date for the CAI. So what you can see from this chart is all the inputs that go into the calculation for the bid range test requirement. And these results are shown here for August 14th, 2020. The main purpose of picking August 14, 2020 is that is the day when the system conditions, mainly for the ISO, were very stressed. And these are the days that have been discussed in detail in the ISO's root cause analysis for the 2020 heat wave. So coming back to the specific chart, as I mentioned before, the bid range capacity test is performed for each of the 15-minute intervals for a trading hour. So essentially, this chart is showing you 96 data points that represents 24 times 4. And then you can see the 15-minute demand forecast is shown by the green bar. The generation-based schedule, they are shown by the brown bar. The base NSI, which is net schedule into change for the ISO, is shown by the blue bar. The negative value for a base NSI essentially represents the import that ISO has net imports for all these hours. And because it is a net import, it acts in the way of reducing any incremental requirement. And then finally, the incremental up cap requirement that's shown in the legend here represents the incremental capacity that is added to the ISO bid range capacity test requirement, which represents any historical deviation between the HAS results and the T-40 tag. As you can see from the chart, the incremental requirement is essentially a very small percentage of the total either demand, base schedule generation, or NSI. That's why it's not very clearly visible from this chart. And finally, the imbalance requirement, the black line, is essentially showing the sum of demand forecast, the generation-based schedule, NSI, and the incremental up cap requirement. And as you can see, for the morning hours from hour ending 1 through around 9 time frame, there is a positive incremental requirement. and then the incremental requirement essentially goes negative all the way up to hour ending 19. And then after hour ending 19, again, the imbalance requirement is essentially a positive value. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? This second chart shows the resource bid range capacity and the net incremental requirement. What this chart is showing us is ISO has sufficient bid range capacity to pass this test for all of the 15-minute intervals, which can be seen by the trend that the line is always below the bar. And for any balancing area to pass the bid range capacity test, the resource capacity has to be greater than the net requirement. A few things to note here. The bid range capacity is essentially higher or at the highest, somewhere around hour ending 10 and 11. Those hours essentially would represent the bid range from not only the general thermal resource, but also from the solar resources at that time frame. And as we go through to evening time frame and through first the peak and then the next peak load time frame, the incremental capacity essentially goes on reducing because most of the generators in the California BAA, they are operating very close to the upper economic range. There are obviously a few questions that arise from this chart that, even though the supply conditions were very tight, the ISO still has much up maybe close to 3,000 megawatts somewhere around hour ending 18 and 19. And there are 2 or 3 main reasons for this representation in the chart. One is, as I mentioned before, the bid range capacity test does not take into account any intertemporal constraints. So it is possible that there are resources which are unable to start because of their startup time. But if they have bids in the market, the bid range capacity test essentially does not take into account that the resource cannot start for that time frame. Similarly, for MSG resources, it is also possible that the resource is operating in a lower configuration and it does not have, it needs maybe up to 2 to 3 hours before it can go to the next configuration. And that information is not considered in the bid range capacity test. And that's why you will see this specific trend shows that ISO has a lot more capacity for the evening time frame. However, I just want to add that caveat that all of the intertemporal constraints are included in the flex ramp sufficiency test. So when we go through those slides, you will see that there are examples where all the intertemporal are constraints. So thus we believe that the flex ramp sufficiency test is a more stringent test, and that's where all the considerations are made, and that takes into account all those intertemporal constraints. Jimmy, can we see if there are any questions?
Yep. Or Rahul, as a reminder, folks, please push pound 2. Appreciate all the information, Rahul.
Sure.
Okay, there's no callers in queue.
Okay, then let's move on to the next slide. So here we zoom into hour ending 17 and 18 for August 14 of last year. This pattern you will observe in the subsequent slide deck also. The main purpose for focusing on hour ending 17 and 18 was to compare two hours in which ISO had an implication from the resource sufficiency evaluation. As you will see in subsequent slides, on August 14th, ISO failed the flex ramp sufficiency test for hour ending 18 and hour ending 19. So we had received feedback from participants that they want to focus mainly to understand what changed between hour ending 17 and hour ending 18 and focus more into the data inputs that go into calculating the bid range capacity test and the flex ramp sufficiency test for these 2 hours. So, coming back to this specific slide, you can see for hour ending 17 and for hour ending 18, the imbalance requirement for the ISO is a negative value for both these hours for all the 4 15-minute intervals. And then the generation-based schedule demand forecast, generation-based schedule is, and the NSI is much higher than the demand forecast plus the incremental up, a requirement that is pushing the requirement to be negative. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. This slide is similarly focused on the hour ending 17 and hour ending 18, where we show the resource level incremental capacity for each of the 15-minute intervals for hour ending 17 and 18. And the imbalance requirement, which is shown by the black line in the chart, is essentially negative. And as I stated before, if a balancing area has a sufficient capacity to meet its imbalance requirement, then it would pass the test. In this case, if the bars are above, the top of the bar is above the black line for the specific 15-minute interval, then we will see that the balancing area passes the test. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. So the ISO has been analyzing all the results and with a more focus or emphasis on the heat wave days. So ISO was looking at the main reasons for why the ISO would pass the bid range capacity test and to ensure everything is working as intended. And ISO found a couple of issues in the current implementation for the bid range capacity test. So the first issue that was identified was the resource Pmax D rate and the Pmin V rates. They are not included in the resource capacity calculations. Essentially, this issue not only impacts the ISO, but it impacts all the EIM DAAs. So what this would mean is if, let's say, a resource that has a base schedule of 50 megawatts and has an economic bid of 100 and has a Pmax D rate of 90, then essentially currently the bid range capacity for this specific resource would be calculated as 100 minus 90, where 100 minus 50, that is the base schedule, whereas the application should be using the D-rated 90 megawatts. So essentially there is a slight overestimation of the resource level incremental capacity. The second issue that ISO identified was the net schedule interchange values that is used for the ISO BAA is including mirror resources. These mirror resources should have been excluded from the net schedule interchange calculation. And the implication of including the mirror resources this would either overstate or understate the NSI for the ISO BAA, and thus impacting the imbalance requirement calculation for both under and over direction. Having said that, we do have these two issues that currently ISO is working on resolving. As we mentioned before, any false pass of the capacity test should essentially be captured by the flux ramp sufficiency test, because the flux ramp sufficiency test considers all the intertemporal constraints. It does take into consideration all the D rates, and also it is using the accurate tag values for the hourly schedules, and that would essentially make the flex ramp sufficiency test more limiting, and thus the results for the flex ramp sufficiency test should capture any shortfalls from the bid range capacity test. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. So, once we identified the issue, the ISO looked at doing some manual calculation to identify what would have been the impact of having the fix in place and what would have been the result of the bid range capacity test for the ISO on August 14th, 2020, specifically for hour ending 18. The hour ending 18 is chosen here because that's the same hour that ISO had the flex ramp sufficiency test failures. So we wanted to see what is the implication of the two issues that were identified related to the bid range capacity test. So first thing you can see here, the original requirement or the original incremental requirement for the bid range capacity test was negative for hour ending 18 for intervals 1, 2, 3, and 4. However, once we use the correct set of NSI or net schedule interchange values to recalculate the requirement now became a positive number. And the recalculated requirement here is shown by the blue dotted lines. And you can see for hour ending 18 interval 1, the requirement before the fix for NSI is below minus 1,000, whereas after the fix, it is somewhere above 1,000. And as you go through the 4 intervals, you can see the imbalance requirement is essentially a positive value. And this shows that for the test, the net schedule interchange that was used for the capacity test essentially had a much higher NSI or much higher net imports into the ISO compared to the actual imports that were being used by the market. The second test that we did is what was the implication of excluding the PMAX D rates from calculating the resource level incremental capacity. And you can see naturally you would expect that once you account for those PMAX D rates, the incremental resource capacity would reduce. So for all the 4 intervals from interval 1 through 4, the recalculated capacity, which is shown by the blue bar, is less than the original capacity that is shown in the orange bar. And as a result of recalculating these requirements using some approximations, we can see that the total resource capacity in the ISO for hour ending 18 intervals 3 and 4 is lower than the recalculated requirement. And thus, we believe if we had the fix in place for these 2 issues, then the ISO would have most likely failed the bid range capacity test for hour ending 18 intervals 3 and 4. However, as we go into more subsequent slides, you will see that a similar failure was observed in the FlexRAMP sufficiency test results, and thus, one of our observation that FlexRAMP sufficiency test is essentially more limiting than the bid range capacity test also holds true in this scenario. So I think that this is a good point to stop and see if there are any questions on the results for the bid range capacity test for the ISO.
Okay, I do have a few callers in the queue, and as a reminder, pressing #2 will place you in the queue as well. Moving on to our first caller. Caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hi, Rahul. It's Jeff Spires with PowerX. Just a couple of comments. First of all, really appreciate all of the detailed information that you've provided here. I think, it's complicated, but the details really matter, and so it's really helpful to understand thoroughly what the calculations are, how the different inputs and outputs of these tests are determined, and it's all really good information to help inform what needs to be modified going forward. I'll be presenting later and providing our perspective on some of the issues here, but I think you've touched on a few that I just kind of wanted to describe at a high level while we're going over, in particular, this capacity test. If I kind of just take a step back and consider what the RS test is trying to measure, there are really two different characteristics that it's looking at between these tests. One is capacity, and the other is flexibility. And I think the comment that you've made a couple of times is that although the capacity test is not accurately measuring the available supply, the flex test is making up for that because it is, as you say, more stringent. And I think that I just fundamentally disagree with that, and I'll try to explain why. The issue with that is the flex test is really trying to measure something different. It's concerned with resource movement, and really the question when you're looking at flexibility is, can I move my resources quickly enough to keep up with my change in net load? And that is a fundamentally different question from, do I have enough resources in the first place? And I think that distinction is really important, and maybe a way to, just to give you an example, it's somewhat similar to the RA space where you have two different RA requirements. You have a flexible RA requirement that's based on measuring flexibility during the net load hours, and that's going to be some quantity, say it's 13,000 megawatts or whatever the value is there. But separate from that, there is an evaluation of, do I have enough capacity? And the system RA requirement associated with that is closer to 50,000 megawatts. And so you can't commingle those two different assessments or rely on the conclusion about flexibility and use that when you're really trying to understand whether there was enough capacity. And that, I think, is one of the core issues here. And so my key message later today is nothing replaces, when we're talking about some of the challenges here, nothing replaces the need to just have a straightforward capacity check that's accurately applied. In our view, that's a must-have for next summer, because when we're looking back at during the heat wave events, that really was the issue. It was about capacity, and so we need to make sure we have a test that assesses that accurately. And I do not think it is appropriate to point to the flex test as a means to achieve that because it's not measuring the same attribute. The other brief point I wanted to make is I think you have alluded to some of the really critical issues around the capacity test. Number one, as you mentioned on your previous slide, there were a couple of errors that you've identified, and I think we appreciate you informing us of that, and clearly the errors need to get rectified. But I think in addition to that, there's a more systemic issue here that you've mentioned, which is that the available supply that's included in the test is based on bids only and doesn't actually reflect the true operating capability of the resources. And that's a more fundamental challenge that is still a factor even if the calculation errors that you've identified are fixed. And so I think, just to sort of come back to what I said, our view is we need to find a way to make an accurate capacity test and have it in place by the summer. And I think in addition to fixing the specific errors, it's really going to also be critical to ensure that we find a way to only include supply that's really there, it's actually physical, and that it's capable of performing. So I just wanted to make some of those high-level points as we're moving through the presentation. But again, I appreciate all the detail because I think it's really helpful to understand what's going on.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff. This is George Angelevis from the ISO. So I will agree with you that the capacity and the flexible ramp sufficiency tests are actually doing different things. But there is an interdependency. What Rahul said earlier is true. If you fail the capacity test, obviously you're not going to pass the flexible ramp sufficiency test because it's more stringent. And yes, the flexible ramp sufficiency test is a measure of how fast your resources can move. But if you don't have the capacity, it doesn't matter how fast they move. You will never hit your marks for meeting the uncertainty as it's projected and calculated for the future intervals in the test. So it is a more stringent test. We have seen that if you fail the capacity test, you have no chance of passing the flexible ramp sufficiency test, whereas if you pass the capacity test, which says that you do have the capacity, then the next step is to find out, well, is this capacity having sufficient flexibility to hit your targets in the 15-minute intervals of the test. So there is an interdependency, although they measure different things. The fact of the matter is the flex ramp sufficiency test is more restrictive, more stringent. Now, on your comment about the defects that Rahul has explained about the capacity test, of course, nobody likes defects. We want to make sure that the capacity test is as accurate as possible. So, yeah, there's no question about it. We'll need to fix these defects, but I think the other statements that Rahul made, they're correct.
George, I don't want to get bogged down in the details, but I just disagree with you on that front. Again, there is no replacement for just stacking up your supply and comparing that to your obligations. The problem with the flex test and using that as a proxy for capacity is that it's a relative measure. And the most simple example I'll give you, just to help illustrate what I'm trying to get at, is imagine you're at your peak load, and let's just call it 45,000 megawatts, and you're going to be at that peak load for the next 2 hours. Your flex requirement is 0 because the flex requirement is only assessing the relative change from 1 hour to the next or from one 15-minute interval to the next. And so in an example where you're already at your peak load, the flex requirement is 0. And then when you look at your capabilities, you could have 2,000 megawatts less supply. Let's say your supply stack only gets you to 43,000 megawatts. Well, that's okay because your flex requirement is 0, and the fact that you don't have any upward flexibility on your resources still allows you to pass because your capability is 0 and your requirement is 0. And so again, there's a missing piece there, which is just saying, well, wait a second, it's not about the flexibility, it's not about the relative change, it's about the fact that my supply stack is only 43,000 and my obligations are 45,000. And so again, I really want to emphasize this. You can't rely on a flex test that's evaluating something different from capacity and use that as a measure of capacity.
Okay, I think, Jeff, this is solid. I think this is maybe the comment from Raul was kind of a little bit misunderstood in the sense that we are trying to say that the flex test is enough to, or to replace the capacity test. That's not what we are trying to say. I think he's trying to say for this particular hour where the capacity test failure was not captured because of the two issues that we mentioned here. He's trying to say that those particular intervals, they are actually captured in the FlexRAM test. If you look at the results of those two intervals, that we would have failed the capacity test if we don't have those issues. The last, I think the slide that Raul showed, that slide, the last one, I think you stopped short from one slide that will show the result of the flex test, that it actually failed for that two intervals. So I agree with you. There is an objective for the capacity test that we want to keep. That's why we have two tests. If the FlexRAM is enough, then why do we even have a capacity test, right? So we are working on fixing these two issues in parallel. Actually, we, in parallel to, ask the vendor to fix them in parallel with the estimates and all of that, so on an expedite basis. But the flex test in this case, we're trying to say that it helped us because it captured that situation, and the impact of failing the capacity test is basically the same as, it will automatically fail the flex test, and in this case, the flex test failed, and we locked, the import. We kept the import for the California ISO at those intervals, and further, slides will show that locked, how did we lock the import or cap it at that time. So totally agree with you, but I want to add one more thing in terms of the complexity, how complicated we want the test, because I want to remind, everybody at the time of the design of those tests that there was kind of a balance or we wanted to strike a balance between the complexity of how accurate and how complicated is the test versus how practical for the tracking and the monitoring, and more importantly for how easy it is for the balancing area for the AIM entity BA to be able to look at the test and the result of the test and define or come up with actions in order for the entity to pass the test. So I agree that if you want more accurate representation of the test, you could design that way, and you could add intertemporal constraint in the capacity, and then maybe even transition times, and also maybe other business rules about is it supported by this or not supported, and that is all fine. But then the test becomes so complicated that the EIM entity operator, when they look at those results and they try to design, to come up with an action, becomes very difficult. We already saw that with the flex test, which started also simple, but then over the time we added more and more and more to try to make it more accurate, but at the same time becomes also difficult, even for, we get a lot of questions about it because of the
how complicated it starts to become, and that poses risk for the grid operation when they look at those results and say, what do you want me to do, right? So there is a balance, but we are totally open to this. Where do we strike that balance? What is the sweet spot? I mean, do you want it more accurate, but taking into consideration that we already made a decision to make it simple for the EIM entity to perform, to track the test, to freeze even the input data at T-minus 55. And that was done, their agreement with everyone that is better than trying to get the accuracy of the latest forecast for the load and latest forecast for the VER, because that will not give the EIM entity time to respond to the failures of the test. And that's why we decided to fix even at T-minus 55. So if we are talking about T-minus 55 and then come and try to, be very accurate in modeling and all of that, there is a balance that we have to think about. But we are totally open, and anything that makes sense to improve, we will. For those two defects, they will be fixed, and they will be fixed as soon as possible. But then still the question is that, is there anything else we need to do in order to improve those tests? And we are totally open. We are coming today to hear, suggestions, and we want to work it out.
Thanks, Khaled. I appreciate your feedback and in particular the openness to evaluate enhancements. And I'll go through some of our thoughts later. I think what I was trying to get at is we need to start from a place at a high level that we agree that you need to be able to evaluate the capacity. And I understand there's complexities and we have to work through the details, but at a high level, I think it's actually more simple than any flex test or any other evaluation we're talking about. I think to just say, I need to be able, as the BA, stack up my supply and compare it to my obligations and make sure I have enough is really the core question we're trying to answer. And so conceptually, I think it's straightforward. And my point was to try to emphasize that other tests of flexibility don't address that fundamental question. And the other point I'd just make is when we get to, ways to resolve that, I think, yes, there are considerations around when do you freeze different inputs and that sort of thing, but this is a different issue. This is about having the test be accurately applied to all the entities, including the CAISO. And we're not talking, like some of these issues they're not really talking about, well, is the forecast a T-minus 60 or T-minus 40? These are issues that are resulting in multiple thousands of megawatts of inaccuracies. And I think that type of issue really does need to get addressed. But of course, we can fine-tune where do you strike the right balance. But I think we're talking, there's some systemic issues here we need to deal with, and that's separate from, I think, some of the nuances around timing, et cetera, and the more detailed questions that you're referring to.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I think we started to get into like some of the afternoon discussion, but I think for Raul, maybe for his points, he's saying that when we reviewed the data, we found those two intervals should have failed the capacity test. We didn't fail them, but if you go to there was another slide. I don't know if Raul is able to next slide here. Jimmy. Yeah, can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the slide for the flex test, and Raul, you could walk us through that. Says, okay, for those two intervals, he's just talking about this particular instance, Jeff, and then, like you said, in the afternoon, we are open to say, okay, what do we need more? Like, assume that the two issues that Raul mentioned are fixed. What else we need to do, right? The capacity test, is there a room for enhancement? What are those? And then, we even talk about the flex test, if you like, what other enhancement we know. But Raul wanted to close on this with
showing that the flex test has actually failed for those two intervals. So back to you, Rahul.
Sure, Khaled. I think there are a few more questions, so let me cover the slides and then pause, see if there are any other questions. So, to recap what we have done so far, we looked at the August 14th results, and we have seen that ISO has passed the mid-range capacity test for all the hours. And then once we look at all the results a little more close and identify a couple of issues, we found that after considering those issues, ISO would have failed the mid-range capacity test for hour ending 18 intervals 3 and 4. And this is just a snapshot of the flex ramp test. And this gives you an indication that, yes, ISO did fail the flex ramp sufficiency test for hour ending 18 intervals 3 and 4. And from this results, just looking at those two results, you can just see that the flex ramp sufficiency test does take into account all the intertemporal constraints. And in this scenario, we do see that the flex ramp sufficiency test does capture the inaccuracies of the capacity test. And I think, Jeff has some fair points that just looking at 1 hour may not indicate what happens in all the other hours for all the other trade dates. So that topic is still up for discussion, and I believe Jeff has quite a good set of slides that we can use for this afternoon's discussion. So let me pause here and see, Jimmy, if there are any other questions from the prior discussion.
All right, we do have a few more callers here in queue, and as a reminder, if you do wish to ask a question, you can do so by pressing #2. Moving on to our first caller. Caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the CPUC Energy Division. So this discussion brings me back to yesterday and the issues that were identified there. And so I'm just wondering if you think that we would have failed the resource efficiency tests and the flex ramp test had we not been exporting infeasible exports. And then I have a few more questions after that. I mean, since we're doing sort of counterfactuals here, because you corrected the errors, had you corrected the RUC errors, would we still have failed these tests?
Maybe let me rephrase your question and bring some discussion back to, what we have done so far. The observation that we had for August 14th and 15th, they are based on what were our operating practices for those 2 days. And then ISO had a DPM change or our operating practice change starting on September 5th timeframe. So that's why we wouldn't characterize those as a RUC error, but would say a change in the practice at that timeframe. We do not believe there is a one-to-one relationship that you can rerun from one safe case to the next for those under those scenarios. But hypothetically, if you were to think the differences in exports for those markets, it is possible that the exports that we had in the real-time market based on the day-ahead schedules would have been lower, but that's something that we have not rerun in our scenario.
Okay, maybe I could ask it a different way. Did we have some flex ramp failures after we implemented the changes on September 5th in the RUC process to not allow infeasible exports?
That's a good question. I don't have any information right now, but I think for the afternoon's discussion, we can have that.
Okay, that would be super helpful. And then with regard to Jeff Spires' point, I guess, this idea of this accurate capacity test, I think what he's really getting at,
Hey, Michelle, you're cutting out. I'm not sure.
California to move. And I think my basic concern is that it's having California load pay for the capacity and then have to compete for the energy. So it's not necessarily our capacity. And that's why we've always supported pseudotized and dynamically scheduled resources, which are devoted entirely to California. But we're concerned about resources that are sort of capacities devoted, but then you actually have to pay the scarcity rents that I guess you guys want to implement to get the energy in emergencies, which doesn't really seem like sort of a least cost solution from my perspective. So I'll be happy to participate in this afternoon's conversation, but I just wanted to answer Jeff Spire's earlier comments. So thank you very much.
Sure, yeah, I think you have some good points, and it may be worth, let's wait till this afternoon once we open up the panel for discussion, what do we do going forward?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, then we do have one more caller here in queue. Hi, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hey, Rahul. Dan Williams from Customized Energy Solutions. Just a few clarifying questions. I'll try not to belabor it too much here, but can you just circle back and re-explain what the negative versus positive imbalance requirement means in kind of practical terms?
So,
just when looking at the charts back on, I think it was 16 or before.
Sure. Yeah, I think just staying at a high level, a negative imbalance requirement would essentially mean that your generation base schedules and your net schedule interchange are higher than your hourly or the 15-minute load forecast. So it is possible from an EIM entity perspective that the base schedule submission that comes in is higher than the forecast for that 15-minute interval. And from an ISO perspective, it just indicates that based on the forecast information, the advisory generation level that's already operating at is maybe above the forecast. So using your NSI and generation-based schedule, they are operating above your 15-minute forecast.
So that's not saying that you need to be able to ramp incrementally or ramp decrementally?
No, it's just saying how much capacity you need in which direction.
Okay.
So regarding the ramp test, I think how much ramp you need once we go to the next section, that should give us a good indication of what the ramp test does.
Okay. And then when it comes to the mirror schedule results and how that's impacting the miscalculation of the NSI, can you explain that a bit more, both as it impacts the CAISO BA, and I would expect it would also be impacting the EIM BA that's tied to that same mirror schedule?
I believe the software issue that we have only is impacting ISO. Carl, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I wanted to add, Rahul, that the mirror resource needs to be in the EIM, and that is correctly accounted for. But the whole error is that for any transaction between BAs, we take it will be import from one BA and export into the other, and that has been accounted. This is good to include it in both, except for the mirror resources that are used with California ISO, in particular at the scheduling point of the ISO in the EIM areas, like we have scheduling points in other areas. So it's not in ISO. So that's why the mirror is there to go to the EIM entity, and there is another system resource that goes to CAISO. Unfortunately, because this mirror, the error in the software was looking at the mirror and says, oh, this mirror is between two areas, so let me count it in both areas. And that's where the mistake. So it's the double counting in CAISO side, because we have another system resource that playing that role. For the EIM entity, the mirror needs to be there, and that's accounted correctly.
Okay, so it's only double counting on the ISO side.
Yeah, and sometimes it will, depending on the sign, if it is an import, so it's double counting, it's basically canceling that, because the mirror has a different sign from the original resource, then it starts canceling out, and then
sometimes if there is an export from the ISO and the mirror is an import also, it will cancel out. So it sometimes helps, sometimes, hurt, but in this case, it helped actually the ISO to pass the capacity test. But the flex test caught it actually and failed. At the end, the ISO for those intervals were capped. The import capability of the ISO were capped at the previous hour. Like any other, the same calculation and the same rule is applied when we fail the flex test to everyone, including California ISO and the EIM entity. So the end result is the same. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. The other question that I had is just around operator load bias and how that kind of impacts any of the capacity test results and when, and just kind of the question being that with the timing of the T75 and then the freezing of inputs at T55, does that cause any issues if the operators do load bias between the HASP and FMM that then impacts intertie import schedules that may be coming from an EIM area that are sourced from a non-participating EIM resource? Or is the CAISO confident that everything is sort of getting picked and tied appropriately as we move through those different, I guess, check gates or whatever you would want to call it?
Mm-hmm. For the mid-range capacity test, that the load bias is not included in the load forecast that is used for the mid-range capacity test. So from an EIM entity perspective, if you see the mid-range capacity test, it is essentially just using the demand forecast, and it's using the base schedule submission. So we don't see any impact on the mid-range capacity test for the load bias from an EIM entity perspective.
Right, but from a CAISO perspective, I mean, with the level of load bias that's being done, that has to be being picked up in your mid-range test, right?
Not in the mid-range capacity test, but it may have an impact on the flex transfer sufficiency test, and we can go into that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, weren't we seeing like 2,000 plus megawatts of load bias that then would be causing intertie imports in the HAFs to increase significantly? And I guess my question was just how that was impacting the test. And I assume that at least some of the HAF imports are coming out of EIM areas, so then they would have to be impacting the balancing test or the bid range test within those EIM areas as well. So
just two things. From the perspective of, the load bias impacting the test results, when we go to the flex ramp sufficiency test, we will see that when the internal resources are used to calculate the resource ramp, any load bias would essentially reduce the available ramp capacity from the internal resources. Now, for the mid-range capacity test from an ISO perspective, during the HASP results, all the incremental bids on the ties are part of ISO when we are running HASP. But once you go past HASP, all the imports that are scheduled with the ISO, they essentially become part of the base of the requirement. So any impact of the load bias would essentially be managing the generation-based schedule and NSI. So it would have an impact on both the generation-based schedule and on NSI. But I'm trying to figure out what exactly you're trying to get to from the impact of load bias on these two schedules.
Yeah, I know it's a pretty difficult one to talk through without a whiteboard in front of you. Maybe I'll follow up offline as well. But just the general concern is just that everything is being accounted for properly. And just with the with the data that we've seen in the NPPF and in DMM's reports on the level of load bias that's being done, and then, knowing that import supply that the CAISO's doing the load bias to get access to is then coming in and helping to free up on-system capacity for ramping, that it seems like there's quite a lot of interplay that needs to be accounted for there, and just checking that with the timing of the different tests relative to the timing of HASP and then to schedules getting tagged and getting incorporated, just that everything is getting accounted for appropriately, and that, there aren't, I think as Jeff said, potential for there to be, a couple thousand megawatts of inaccuracy that ends up kind of slipping through the cracks. So I know it's difficult to talk through, and potentially it's something that could be followed up on, down the road.
Yeah. Sure. Now, I think once we go through the flex ramp sufficiency test slides, we will see that there are many moving pieces when we do the flex ramp sufficiency test. So any change in the load bias, let's say in HASP, would have a downstream impact on the flex ramp sufficiency test. And it's not to say that it would either help or hurt passing the test, but any decisions made in the HASP or any decision made even by the EIM areas for the advisory results does have an impact. And, as we said before, we'll just use this discussion right now to get everyone on the same page of, how the current tests work. And I'm sure there are rooms for improvement. And if we can bring this topic up again in the afternoon, let's see if there are any action items we can take from that discussion.
Okay, sounds good. The last thing is just to tie back to a question I asked yesterday. It was just around how kind of this information that the CAISO operators see coming out of the bid range tests and the flex ramp tests then inform the decisions that they make in the RUC process when they're looking at the amount to load bias there to be able to have the right resources to meet requirements. And I guess just would be good to have some additional, kind of discussion, as WPTF said yesterday, on the transparency of how those decisions are getting made around, making sure that the ramping resources are available and targeting passing the test and that sort of thing. But appreciate the dialogue and let you keep moving.
Sure. Yeah. Just before we move on to the next question, from ISO perspective, our operators really do not make any changes in order to pass the test, because all of our bids are already submitted by T75. That's when around T75. That's when we close our cyber for the hour. The only aspect that ISO operators know is if they fail the test, then they know that the EIM transfers for that hours are going to be capped.
Yeah, and this is a good point, Raul, that the other EIM entities, they have these three times or three chances, T-minus 75 and 55 and then T-minus 40. But for the ISO, we don't have what we call base schedule. Those are our day-ahead schedules, and we have no control on them. Is whatever has been cleared, and then whatever the bid range that we see at T-minus 75 is also closed at T-minus 75. So the bid itself cannot change. Not only that, we also lose the extra bid range capacity that we have on the economic bid range that we have on our interties, the hourly interties, and even the 15-minute right now, we also don't account them, both the hourly and the 15 minutes. Any extra capacity that was not cleared in HASP or in the FMM for the 15 minutes, we don't use that extra bid range as part of the calculation of the capacity for the ISO. So the operator are not trying to pass the test or not. There is, I mean, the fact that the ISO has an inter-tie bidding and it has a market, other than the EIM market, we are also supporting the ISO inter-tie bidding, so the house can find an economic opportunity to get more imports, let's say through more hourly imports from whoever is bidding at the inter-tie, and try to utilize that as but at the same time, this is all done based on the offering and the bids and the fact that we have those available. Now there is another discussion about, okay, how this is probably from a capacity test maybe acceptable. From the flex test, there is an indirect impact because if you look at the flex test, it has a starting point where we assume where we are, where the resources are. And that starting point is something we need to talk about in the afternoon, because that starting point now is impacted by the decisions in the market whether to move resources up or down based on the interchange for that area. And this also, that is like a common issue. It's not ISO only. It's a design that is for every EIM entity as well as the ISO, but it is a subject of discussion in the afternoon. I think probably even Jeff may have something there, and we'll wait for the afternoon to get deeper into that one.
Okay, I know I'm operating on kind of imperfect information here because it's just going off of kind of what is presented in the NPTF and DMM and KISO reports and such, but I thought that it had been explained that operators would do exceptional dispatch or make out-of-market purchases on the interties in between the HASP run and the FMM taking over, and I just was curious if that got picked up and how in these various tests. But
the exceptional dispatch and the manual dispatch are picked up in the FlexRAM test. They are considered in the FlexRAM test. The exceptional dispatch, which is what the ISO does, and the manual dispatch, what the EIM entities does on resources, those are picked up in the flex test, yes, as well as the D rates, as well as the, that net scheduled interchange calculation correctly. The flex test doesn't have the issues that we mentioned about the capacity test. It accounts for all of them.
Okay, thanks for going down those roads and working on the explanation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, we'll answer our last caller in queue. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Yeah, hello, this is Ian White with Shell Energy. Had some IT issues with the phone today, so if this has already been covered, I apologize. Can you explain the thinking behind if an EIM entity fails a FlexRAMP sufficiency test, then the EIM entity has access to transfers locked at the last feasible hour? It seems to me that that is kind of a, using a static value and using old information to access current hour imports, and it seems rather problematic, especially in the face of a tightening West. Can you explain the thought process behind that, and perhaps even why that's reasonable? Continue to do so.
Okay. So, George, you want to take that, but I just want to point out that maybe we're using loosely the word locked. It's not locked. It's actually capped. So it can actually decrease, right, depending on who is offering economically, if there is any economic imports that can still maintain. But the amount of import is not going to increase on top of what was imported in the last 15 minutes before the operating hour. Also, we look at what was base scheduled for the EIM entity, like if the base schedule was above that, then we also take that into consideration. But I will let George answer the, kind of the design philosophy behind why we cap it and not lock it or not go back to the base schedule, for example.
Yeah, I guess
because
just from my perspective, it seems like if an EIM entity, an EIM participating balancing authority, is considered resource insufficient, then it would seem like that resource or that EIM entity should not have access to any transfers, or at least the amount of transfers should be limited by the amount of the EIM BA's deficiency.
You're correct on a high level, but remember that we are testing the next hour, and let's say they failed, but the EIM, they were participating in the EIM, and their resources was economically moving up or down, supporting the transfer. So in the previous hours, they were balanced, and they passed the test, and as a result of that, the EIM market find economic solutions and transfers and move them, for example, up to their bid range. So the flex test looks at that value and is trying to give them credit because they have moved to support the EIM transfer, and it gives them credit for that. So by putting them, to their, let's say, not allow them to do any import or to go to their, hourly bilateral base schedule, I call it, there could be a big jump between where they are in the last interval of the current hour and the first, as they enter the operating hour. So we do allow this smooth transition to even, zero imports. But if there is any other economic capacity that is being offered in the market and within the transfer limits that are controlled by each EIM entity, the transfer that they allow for the EIM transfer, it's controlled. So to the extent that there is a capacity and it's available and economically, that is what the failed EIM entity continue to entertain, but not increase from the last interval. And this was, again, a kind of a balance in the design to say, should we lock it all the way, to the base? Should we allow it to freely allow it to import? And then I think the balance was, okay, why don't you stop or cap it at the previous 15-minute interval and not go beyond that, but you can go lower and you can take out all of that import even, to zero if there is no economic imports available for that entity. And I will let George maybe expand on the philosophy itself.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I have another follow-up once he's done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid. This is George. Yes, as Khalid explained, really this is a compromise between weighing the optimality that is observed in previous intervals where the BAA has passed the test and therefore it can make full use of the EIM diversity benefit. So there are transfers that are reflecting the optimal solution versus the objective of the test to restrict leaning in the intervals that the BAA fails the test. So if in the previous interval the BAA has passed the test and there are transfers that are optimally scheduled, the resources in that BAA are already optimally dispatched higher or lower than their base schedule based on optimality. And in the next interval, if the BAA has failed the test and want to restrict the transfers, there is a recognition onto the fact that the previous emperor had an optimal solution, which is perfectly okay with the principles of that we want to apply to EIM. And we wanted to, and this was a decision that we all collectively took together, we wanted to restrict any additional transfers in the direction of the failure. So if the BAA has failed the upward test, we want to limit imports that are additional to the solution that was achieved in the previous approach, which was an optimal solution. As Khalid mentioned, going strictly driving all these optimal inputs from the previous interval back down to the base transfer, which could be zero. That may create a big jump in the requirements, and depending on how long is the market horizon, that may create problems for the BAA. But the solution that we ended up was something that is really trying to recognize the fact that resources are already moved optimally. So that's why we have the concept of the credit, so that if you're moving optimally above your base because you provide cheaper energy for other BAAs in the EIM when you're passing the test, you should not be penalized for the fact now that you have failed the test in the next interval. We know that this energy that you have provided, you can actually recall it from your base if you need it for your own BAA. So we provide a credit for that amount in your flex ramp sufficiency test. And this is why we reached at that outcome. This is the philosophy of the test. Is that sufficient explanation for this?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that the compromise makes sense, and I certainly understand that since the flex ramp test has to be passed in advance of the operating hour, that it would make sense to allow that EIM entity to continue receiving transfers through that operating hour. I guess where I'm confused is, say, for instance, an EIM participating balancing authority is considered resource sufficient for hour ending 15, but then fails the test for hour ending 16. And I understand it to be that for hour ending 15, the resource can continue to receive transfers in or out, no problem. But hour ending 16, since there was a failure, that EIM entity could not receive transfers in excess of what they received in hour ending 15. And right. And for me, I guess the issue there is allowing that EIM entity to continue to receive transfers based upon a flexible ramp test that is now, at least 60 minutes, maybe 90 minutes old, really allows that EIM entity to continue to lean on other EIM balancing authorities through that hour ending 16, which is the hour of failure. Yes, the transfers don't increase, but fundamentally the balancing authority is resource insufficient. So continuing to allow that EIM entity to have access to the same amount that they had access to last hour just seems like it kind of flies in the face to me of why the resource sufficiency test was designed to prevent leaning and sharing, regional diversity. So I'll leave my comment there. It just seems like seems a little bit problematic.
Yeah, it's a very good comment, actually. This is where the discussion is, like you mentioned, okay, why do I need to allow a transfer in hour 16 in your example? And what I was saying, and George also confirmed, is that, okay, you have the option of not allowing if you want to go back to the design, but you're sending that EIM because you also agreed that the current hour, that entity should be allowed to do the import and the transfer. But the result of that current hour solution may have brought that entity at an optimal point that is way high, that if you try to prevent it now, you're creating a reliability issue for that EIM entity. And we said, okay, the solution could be, okay, we understand that we don't want it to lean, and so definitely we don't want it to import more, but at the same time, you know, there is a capacity that is offered by the other EIM entities, economic capacity, and there is also EIM transfer limits that are controlled directly by almost like there are three mechanisms that we allow for the control of those EIM transfers by the other EIM entity. When it's, let's say the other EIM entity now in the same situation now, they're short. And one is the automatic, you know, interface that we are receiving. Every 5 minutes we receive the EIM transfer limits, how the minimum and maximum. So that mechanism for the EIM, the other EIMs, to inform the market that, you know, I have some issues here. I don't want to transfer more than that. So the first balancing area that is short is not going to get that economic transfer through the EIM. The second mechanism is we also, I mean, the automated fashion is coming from the automated system based on the available, you know, capacities and transmission capacities and all of that. But the other mechanism is we provided tools to the EIM operator in the DAOP directly to fast, regardless of what those limits, maybe they were set based on in advance, based on, you know, tags and all of that, and they did not consider the system condition that is materializing quickly. So we gave tools to the EIM operators through a display to override these limits to whatever they think is needed for maintaining their reliability, and they can reduce the limit, and effectively the EIM market will respect those limits and will not send more economic imports to the first EIM, to the first area that was, you know, failing the test at hour 16. And the other mechanism is we have another feature to say lock the transfer. You know, we can even move the transfer all the way to the base value, which could be 0. But now this is a decision that the BA operator decide based on the situation. So if they think that going to the 0 is not going to cause them any problem, they can do that. If they think, okay, I can afford, you know, some transfer, maybe I just reduce the limit, they can also do that. So that was the compromise in terms of the design. You know, we don't want to drop, you know, the transfer all the way. We left it based on the system condition, because if the other areas, like if one balancing area fails, but the other areas, they don't have a problem and they can afford, you know, those economic transfer, the thinking was why you want to, you know, lock it, right? But at the same time, we said, what if the other DAs are having problems? Then we have these other tools that they could do based on their particular situation. I hope I didn't.
Yeah,
that
does help. I think that your example of why dropping transfers to 0 for the failing EIM entity, it makes sense in that if the capacity, the economic energy is made available, since it's not really capacity, it's, you know, displacing capacity in one market for another. It makes sense to do that. I guess, to me, maybe a bit better compromise is that, say that EIM entity fails their resource efficiency by 50 megawatts. You know, they need to have 500 and they only have 450 flexible ramp capability, then it would make sense to me to haircut their total import capability to reduce that import capability by the amount they failed the flex ramp test, rather than just locking it at the last hour's feasible schedule. That seems a bit more of a nuanced approach that embeds reality rather than just holding a static value.
Yeah.
So that's a suggestion.
Yeah, correct. And I think you're giving us some ideas here that will be valuable in the afternoon. So we're writing those ideas, and that's what we are actually after, is what makes sense to everybody. I mean, we're not talking about ISO or a particular EIM entity, but in general, is this acceptable operationally to, for running the balancing area? And if that makes sense, I think we will consider that. I'm writing it down as one of the ideas. Absolutely.
Great. I sure appreciate you engaging in the discussion. That was helpful. Thanks again for bringing me along.
Thanks.
Just one additional thing in this discussion, and we're going to pick it up again in the afternoon, definitely. The notion here is you want to have a consequence for the BAA for our ending 16 because it failed the test. And the real question is, do you want to extend that to the previous hour that they passed the test? The current philosophy is, the previous hour, it's fully economic, have as many transfers as the optimal solution allows, and then we have the restriction for hour ending 16 that you failed the test. Different philosophy based on your commentary here was that, allowing the BAA to build up all these transfer imports in the hour ending 15 optimally kind of sets the stage for you, the limit that you apply for hour ending 16. If you have a lower limit for hour ending 16, would actually limit the hour ending 15 transfer. So then we start compromising the optimality of the solution during hours that the BAA passes the test. So really, it comes to a compromise between those two. It's a compromise solution.
Yeah. And George, for the sake of time, I think that's where we are it seems that we are getting in the afternoon now. So let's take those notes, because those are all good ideas, and one maybe in certain situations they will work, but the bottom line is what is acceptable from a because we could design for a particular extreme case, because the situation there was as such, but remember that we need also to work for the majority of the time, which is normal operation. So we don't want to restrict, the whole design because of, few hours here or there, and forget about the majority of the time and the economic benefits of, what the EIM is bringing to everybody. So the idea is good. As a matter of fact, it was also proposed at one point, can we slowly limit, or what do we do? What is the impact on the current hour compared to the limits that we set for the hour 16 or the failed hour? All of these we'll talk in the afternoon. I think that's part of the engagement of discussion, Yeah. So I want to go back to Raul if he has more for us, because we took a lot of his time.
Yeah, I think we have a bunch of slides for the flex ramp sufficiency test. So, operator, can we see if there are any questions before we move on?
I do have 2 more callers in queue.
Let's take their questions, and then maybe if the question is for the afternoon, we can keep that for the afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, folks. And just doing a time check, we'll appreciate it. And Colette, we do have about an hour left before the lunch break, and we hope to get through the remainder of this deck. Of course, no need to, but just FYI.
Okay, moving on to our first caller in queue. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hi, Khaled. It's Jeff Spires from PowerX. I realize what you just said in terms of needing to get back to the slides, but I just wanted to emphasize, I think the conversation that you were having with the previous caller is really some of the items we need to discuss in terms of what we're really trying to accomplish with a resource efficiency test and the associated failure consequences. I think, just at a high level, freezing transfers at the previously determined value seems logical when you're evaluating flexibility, because it's basically saying it's preventing the entity from ramping the resources up and down of other entities to address that flexibility concern. But along the similar lines of what I mentioned before, I think there's a fundamentally different issue here when we're talking about capacity shortfalls. And, if there's a situation where a VA simply doesn't have enough resources to meet its own obligations, then at that stage, when you have EIM imports going into that VA, that is leaning on the EIM, because the EIM is being used as a mechanism to address those shortfalls. And that really comes back to the question of, how is that consistent with the principles of having an RS framework in the first place? Right. And so I think, and we'll talk about it more, but it really comes down to, if the EIM becomes a tool that can be used to address capacity shortfalls, how does that incent the right, or how does it provide the incentive to address those issues ahead of time, which is, I think, what we're all trying to get to. So anyhow, I'll let you move on, but I think those are the fundamental issues we need to talk about.
Yeah, and I just want to say that we totally agree, Jeff, that those are the main issues that in any design of a market like this, people have to get together and reach to a consensus of what makes sense. So you could go, different ways. Like you said, maybe, we want to do something different, but and that's what we need to know in the afternoon if that is acceptable. But it has to be acceptable, as I said, for all cases, not on a particular case. And at the same time, it should not be creating issues in terms of, serving, removing some economic opportunities that EIM is giving or is finding. And at the same time, whatever the test rules that we come up with has to be kind of simple enough for the grid operators or the EIM entity operator to be able, because those are the ones who are looking at these for every test and every hour, all the time, 24/7. And it has to be simple enough for them to understand what actions that required from them when the test failed. So that's all what I'm saying, Jeff. So I'm totally on board with what you're saying in terms of we have those issues, and those issues are true, and there is some margin here of where you want to push the needle. Do you want to go to the most conservative and accurate way of modeling versus, or, the other end is basically ignore. There has to be something in the middle that will hopefully we will reach to in our discussions. Okay, I think, it's very important to go through the slide because it will set the stage for the afternoon discussion. So, because these slides are giving enough information for, for us to build on top of that in the discussion. So that's why I'm trying to see if Raul can finish his slides before the break.
Sure. So maybe we can go through the slides and see if there are questions maybe at the end. Thank you, Khaled, George, and everyone else for this discussion. Let me move on to the next test. The next test that we want to discuss today is the flex ramp sufficiency test. And similar to the bid range capacity test, we will go over the purpose, the rules for the flex ramp sufficiency test, requirement calculation, and the capacity calculation and the passing criteria. Just to set the stage, the flex ramp sufficiency test is pretty involved. So there are certain equations that I have presented here. I'll try to simplify the main purpose of those complicated equations, and then we can use that as a reference for today's discussion. With that, Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? So the main purpose for the flex ramp sufficiency test is to ensure that a balancing area has enough ramp capability from all the resources to meet the forecasted demand change and the historical uncertainty. And here when I mentioned the ramp capability from resources, in the EIM world, essentially there are two types of generation schedules. One is a participating resource. A participating resource are the ones that submit bids in EIM. And then there are non-participating EIM resources which essentially do not submit bids, but they just submit base schedules. And finally, we do have intertie transactions. So essentially, these are the three main categories that we have participating in the EIM. And the flex ramp sufficiency test takes into account the contributions from all the resources. And essentially, if there are no bids in the market, then it takes into account the change of schedules across the hour and then calculates the impact of ramp due to those changes. So as we go through the next slide, you will get to see how the flex ramp sufficiency test takes into account various things. So here, some of the basic rules for the flex ramp sufficiency test. Similar to the capacity test, sufficiency test is performed for three times, T75, T55, and T40. We do perform a test for both up and down direction. The flex ramp sufficiency test is performed for each of the 15-minute intervals for the hour. And the first two tests, T75 and T55, are advisory tests, and they do provide the balancing area operator a peek into what to expect at the final T40 test, and thus gives them an ability to make necessary changes in order to pass the test. And then finally, we do the test at T40, which is called the final or the binding result. And if the entity fails the test at T40, then it has some implications. And the implications are if the BAA fails the flex ramp up test in any given 15-minute interval, then its import EIM transfers are capped for that specific interval. And similarly, if the BAA fails the flex ramp sufficiency test for down test for a specific 15-minute interval, then its export EIM transfers are capped for that interval. And essentially, to keep in mind, the test is performed at a 15-minute interval basis. The transfers are capped at 15-minute interval basis. So, in other words, if an EIM BAA fails the test only for the first interval of the hour, then its transfers are capped only in the first 15 minutes for the 15-minute and the 5-minute market. Whereas if it fails for the entire hour, then the transfers are capped for the entire hour. Since this test has a lot of moving parts, a lot of detailed information is captured in the EIM BPM, and that provides in great details of what the transfers are capped at and what mechanisms of the ISO use to calculate those values. Can we go to the next slide? So this slide talks a little more detail about the 15-minute interval test. And the general idea for the test is we calculate the requirement. The requirement is calculated using a reference, that is the last hour, the last 15-minute interval of the previous hour, which here is referred to as T minus 7.5, because all our schedules are considered at the midpoint of any market interval. So the ISO calculates the requirement for each of the 4 15-minute intervals using the T minus 7.5 as a reference, and then it calculates the requirement and the ramp capacity all the way from T minus 7.5 to T plus 7.5 for the first 15-minute interval, and then the second 15-minute interval essentially has a 30-minute horizon because you are looking at T minus 7.5 to T plus 22.5. The third 15-minute interval horizon essentially has a 45-minute horizon, T minus 7.5 to T plus 37.5, and so on. And thus the last 15-minute interval requirement essentially has a 60-minute horizon for both the requirement and the resource ramp capacity. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so what is the criteria for passing the flex ramp sufficiency test? An EIM entity can pass the flex ramp sufficiency test if the sum of flexible ramp capacity is above the flexible ramp requirement. So what you see here is, in addition to having the simple requirement for the sum of resource ramp capacity to be above the requirement, there is a 1% threshold band or 1 megawatt threshold that is applied to this test. And in this case, the 1% threshold is used with the uncertainty requirement and not the net requirement. And as we go through the requirement calculation, you will see that the flex ramp requirement essentially can also go negative. That's why the 1% threshold band is used against the simple uncertainty requirement rather than the net requirement itself. Let's go to the next slide, Jim. Okay, so what are the inputs that are used to calculate the flex ramp sufficiency test requirements? The inputs are, we use the forecasted change in demand, the flexible ramp product uncertainty, we use the diversity benefit factor, the flex ramp credit, net import capabilities, and the net export capabilities. Essentially, you can see here is for the flex ramp sufficiency test, we have a lot more inputs that are used to calculate the requirement. The uncertainty requirement is essentially the same requirement that ISO uses for the flex ramp product in the 15-minute market. The flex ramp credit is essentially something that we have already talked about before, is a EIM transfer credit from the prior hour. If the balancing area is exporting, then the import direction, it gets a credit for that amount. And if similarly, if we are looking at the down test and the balancing area has imports, then those work as credits. And the net import and export capabilities are essentially calculated using the EIM transfer scheduling resources, ETSR limits. And we have different types of ETSRs that can be defined in the market. And all of those ETSR limits are essentially used to calculate the net import capability and net export capability. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. So this is the equation for the flex ramp up requirement. So essentially, to simplify this equation, you can visualize the flex ramp up requirement as any change in demand that's occurring across the hour starting from the last 15-minute interval to each of the 15-minute intervals. So thus, if the demand in the trade hour is increasing compared to the prior hour, then the demand change would represent the difference between the forecast between those two values. And on top of that, we are essentially adding the uncertainty. So if when we were to add just the uncertainty, we take away the diversity benefit, or essentially we reduce the uncertainty requirement, which essentially states that, if you are part of a bigger system, and if you are part of multiple balancing areas, your your flex of uncertainty would be much lower than if you were operating by yourself. Essentially, the diversity benefit gives you a credit for being part of a bigger system. And then the flex ramp credit essentially represents any loss of ramp capacity that you may have because the balancing area is exporting any of its ramp capacity. So essentially, that ramp credit would help reduce the requirement. And as we go through the entire calculation, you can see that the flex ramp credit is something that could have been applied to either the requirement or to the resource capacity itself. But based on the historical decisions, the flex ramp credit essentially is part of the requirement, and it serves as reducing the credit. I think that's the main summary for this slide. Jimmy, can we see if there are any questions before I move on?
Thanks, Rahul. As mentioned, folks, a little less than an hour left, so please be mindful. If you're able to put anything in written comments, we do, of course, appreciate that, and appreciate all of the constructive input so far.
Okay. Do you want me to continue, Jimmy, or are there any questions?
There are no questions to you.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Some of the data in the subsequent slides have a lot of numerical examples, and in the interest of time, I will maybe quickly just highlight some of the key points and then move on. So here, this is a chart that shows the flex ramp sufficiency test up requirement for the California ISO for August 14th, 2020. And as I mentioned before, the uncertainty value, there are a lot of, so the uncertainty value essentially represents the uncertainty that we use for the 15-minute market, and that always remains a positive value. The diversity benefit is essentially some sort of a credit that is given to all the balancing areas that represents that there is a benefit of operating in a bigger group rather than operating on by itself. The two components that usually can change signs or could be zero are the demand change and the credit. So the demand change, as I mentioned before, is the difference between the demand from the prior hour to the current hour 15-minute interval. And you can see the demand change is essentially positive from hour ending 5 through hour ending 17. And this gives a general indication that for this time frame, the ISO demand is generally increasing compared to the prior hour in that specific trade hour. And then as we move on to hour ending 19 onwards, the total demand is essentially reducing, and that's what shows up with the negative demand change. And then the reduction in demand for the trade hour continues through the midnight and all the way up to hour ending 4. The last input that's used in calculating the requirement is the credit, And in this case, you can see that the credit can be only negative or zero, which essentially says that if the ISO for the trade date had any net export EIM transfers, then that would be used as a credit to reduce the requirement. And the credit can be thought of, in other words, that if the resource is being dispatched above its base schedule, considering that you are balanced at your base schedule, then the resource, when they're operating above their base schedule in order to support export EIM transfer, then we are essentially using the ramp capacity also from that resource. And thus, a credit shows up in the sense of reducing the net requirement. And the key idea here is when we had designed EIM, it was a decision at that point was only to use credit in the specific direction, in the sense that if an EIM area has an export, only then it gets a negative credit to reduce the requirement. However, in the current design, there is no negative credit that is used to increase the requirement if the EIM area has an import EIM transfer. This is something that we have already received feedback, so that's something should be up for discussion for this afternoon. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? The second slide here shows the FlexRamp resource capacity by various unit types. And this chart has some key information in terms of how do you interpret the results for the FlexRamp sufficiency test. So as you can see here, the ramp capacity is calculated by the ISO for all the resource types. And some of the key resource types that I would like to highlight are, you can see the ramp capacity on imports, which is represented by I in this unit type legend. The ramp capacity E is essentially an export. And just to note, the ramp capacity for export can go both negative and positive, similar to the import ramp capacity, which can go positive and negative. Then majority of the ramp capacity can be seen is delivered by the multi-state generators, which is represented by MSG in this chart. And then we have combined cycle, which is represented by CC, and CT are generally the peaker resources. We do have ramp capacity calculated for DRs, which would essentially represent a PDR and RDRR. And then finally, you can see there is ramp capacity also from a VER, a variable energy resource. The variable energy resource here really play a key role in the analysis for the FlexRamp sufficiency test. And you can see that the VER ramp capacity essentially goes positive around hour ending 7, 8, and 9, as we have a lot of solar resources that are coming up. And then through the afternoon hours, you don't see much or any significant ramp capacity, because the assumption is they're already operating at their max or at their upper economic limit, and thus do not contribute much to the ramp capacity for the afternoon hours. But as we go through in the evening and we go to the net load peak, the ramp capacity can be negative. And as you can see, the negative ramp capacity from these VER resources can essentially push the resource total ramp capacity to a negative value. And this could be one of the primary drivers for the FlexRamp sufficiency test. So, Jimmy, I think I have 2 more slides where I zoom into specific hours, and I think we can pause for questions after that. This next slide here shows the combination of the first two. The dark blue line, dark blue bars show the resource ramp capacity, and the light green bars essentially show the requirement. And as I mentioned before, if the flex ramp resource capacity is less than the requirement, that is when a balancing area fails the test. And in this case, you can see for hour ending 18 and 19, where the ISO ramp capacity is less than the requirement, and that's why ISO ends up failing the flex ramp sufficiency test for hour ending 18 and 19. And I think we had a question this morning, I believe, from Alva about how much excess ramp capacity a VA may have in addition to its uncertainty. So this chart essentially shows that information. And if you take the difference between the requirement and the ramp capacity, that should show a good snapshot for the balancing area operator to see how much incremental ramp capacity may be available within the hour. Okay. Can we go see, Jimmy, if there are any questions?
Once again, if you'd like to answer the question queue, please press # on your telephone keypad. And I have no callers in queue. Oh, I do have a caller who just joined in queue. All right, caller, your line's not unmuted. Caller, please ensure your device isn't on mute.
Oh, hi, sorry, I didn't see you ask for me. This is Elaine Ginocchio from the Western Interstate Energy Board. Hopefully this is a quick question. On slide 27, I just have a question about interpreting that graph. So exports show as gold, and it makes sense to me that they're showing negative, going negative. Imports are olive green, and it makes sense that they're showing positive. But you also have some gold going positive. So what, if you're showing imports and exports at two different colors, what does a gold going positive mean?
So an export going positive would basically mean that the exports are reducing in those hours.
Okay, so planned export. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, we have no more callers in queue.
Yeah, I think I see some questions maybe from Jimmy from the chat. There is one question about how is the diversity benefit calculation, how is the diversity benefit calculated? And I think I have a specific slide on that, so I will wait to answer that question then. And then the second question is, can you please explain further the credit for VA imports to ISO and how is the credit accounted for? I do have another slide on the credit, so hopefully once I cover those slides, we can come back to those questions.
Thanks a lot, Rahul.
Do we have additional questions?
Do not have any more callers in the queue.
Okay. Then let's go through the next set of slides. Okay. So similar to what I had for the bid range capacity test, here the data for the flex ramp requirement is zoomed in for hour ending 17 and hour ending 18. Just a couple of things I would like to point out for these slides. As you can see, the demand change is a positive value, and as expected, the demand change gradually increases from interval 1 through interval 4 for hour ending 17, and that just gives us an indication that the demand is still increasing throughout the hour. And then in the hour ending 18, you can see the increase in demand change is much lower than hour ending 17, and that generally gives us an indication that we are at peak or we are, very, very close to the peak. And two other things, the uncertainty amount is always a positive value. Credit is 0 because at this time frame we had no exports from the BA for the prior hour, and the diversity benefit is, as I mentioned before, always reduces the balancing area's flex ramp requirement. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so now we will go through briefly how these values can be calculated. Some of this information is available on OASIS for all the balancing areas. So if anyone wants to calculate or see those values, they can actually use OASIS data to check what are the numbers that go into the calculation. So the first slide here shows the flex ramp uncertainty data that's posted on OASIS. For hour ending 17 and hour ending 18, the uncertainty values were 742 and 889 megawatts. And the uncertainty values are posted on OASIS, and they are available under the flex ramp requirements report. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so there was one question about how the diversity benefit is calculated. So the way we calculate the diversity benefit is the ISO calculates the uncertainty requirement for all the balancing areas. So you can see here all the balancing area uncertainty numbers for hour ending 17 and 18. And all this information is posted on OASIS. In addition to calculating the uncertainty requirement for the individual balancing area, we also calculate the uncertainty requirement for the total EIM area, which is represented by EIM_area. And this uncertainty is calculated considering that all the entities that are part of the EIM market for the specific time frame, we use their historical net load information to calculate this EIM area uncertainty requirement. And once you have this information, then calculating the diversity benefit is pretty straightforward. You take the EIM area uncertainty and then you divide it by the sum of BA area uncertainty. So for hour ending 17, the diversity benefit factor is 0.46, and for hour ending 18, the diversity benefit factor is 0.54. And the scaled uncertainty is what gets applied in terms of procurement. Is you apply the diversity benefit factor and then you multiply it by the uncertainty for the balancing area. So essentially, for hour ending 17, the scaled uncertainty for the ISO, or the uncertainty after taking into account diversity benefit factor, is 338 megawatts, and the scaled uncertainty for hour ending 18 is 479 megawatts. Jimmy, can we move on to the next slide? The next calculation is regarding the net import capability. The net import capability is essentially used in calculating the uncertainty, calculating the flex ramp sufficiency test requirement. And it uses the sum of dynamic ETSR limits and subtracts any net EIM transfer schedules. And it does the same calculation for both static and dynamic ETSRs. To give some background about static and dynamic ETSRs in the ISO EIM market, we have generally three types of ETSRs. First is the base ETSR. Those ETSR schedules are not optimized by the ISO market. Then we have a static set of ETSRs, that is EIM transfer system resources. Those static ETSRs schedules can only be optimized in the 15-minute market. In other words, once they are optimized in the ISO 15-minute or the SMM market, they are kept to the same value in the 5-minute market, but we do take into account ramping across the boundary intervals. And then finally, we have the dynamic ETSRs, and these dynamic ETSRs essentially are optimized on a 5-minute basis, and they can be optimized in both the 15-minute market and the 5-minute market. Thus, the net import capability is calculated as the sum of net import capabilities for dynamic and static ETSRs. And on the next slide, we will go and see there is an example for the calculation. So, Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so there are a lot of terms here to just show the details of the calculation, but I can summarize this equation in a simple term. What we are essentially doing is we take the EIM transfer limit, which is essentially, the ETSR limit, which is represented by IT max. The IT max is the import ETSR limit, and the ETK and ITK essentially just represents the EIM transfer from the last 15-minute interval. So the net import capability is calculated as the sum of your import ETSR limits for the current trade hour minus the EIM transfers, net EIM transfer or the total EIM transfers from the last 15-minute interval. And then as we go through the next slide, you can see one specific example. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? So here you can see I have the net import capability calculation for hour ending 17 and hour ending 18. The net import capability from dynamic ETSRs for hour ending 17 is around 10,000, and for the static, essentially it's minus 179. This represents that in static there were import transfers from the prior hour. Thus, the net import capability for hour ending 17 is 9,914, and for hour ending 18, the net import capability is around 10,000 from the dynamic set of ETSRs, and from the static ETSRs, it's 0. So thus, the hour ending 18 net import capability is completely driven by the dynamic ETSRs, and they are around 10,000 megawatts. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. This is some additional information of how do you calculate the breakdown if you had the ETSR limits. All these ETSR limits are essentially available on the ISO Oasis website, and that provides the hourly ETSR limits. We also have the EIM transfer by type. So using those two equations, this slide shows how one could use the publicly available information and validate these calculations. So I think I'll just move quickly from 35 and 36 because they are essentially showing the calculations based on what's available on Oasis. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. I think this is one of the most important slides for the requirement calculation. And it emphasizes how we calculate the demand forecast change. And as I mentioned below, the demand forecast change is calculated using the reference of the T-minus 7.5. So if you were to look at hour ending 17, the delta demand or the change in demand for interval 1 is 215 megawatts, which is calculated using the difference between the load forecast for T plus 7.5 and the difference between T minus 7.5. And then as we go through the subsequent intervals for hour ending 17, the change in demand or the delta demand keeps on increasing with the highest demand in the fourth interval of around 1100 megawatts. Similarly, for hour ending 18, for the first interval, we see that the load forecast for the first interval is slightly below the load forecast from the last interval of the hour ending 17. And the forecast information can change between hour ending 17 and hour ending 18 test results, but the only thing to keep in mind is the ISO will freeze the change in the forecast and keep it the same between T55 and T40 tests. Also, these changes are made because based on the past experience, it was discussed with the EIM community to minimize the changes that we see in the inputs across the 3 tests. And here, the load forecast change was one of the items that was discussed that was decided to freeze between the T55 and T40 tests. Okay. Jimmy, can we move to the next slide? Okay. So here we put all the pieces together to get the answer to the puzzle. The flex ramp sufficiency test requirement is calculated using the demand change, and then we have uncertainty of net import capabilities, the diversity benefit scaled up uncertainty, which is essentially just taking the raw uncertainty and subtracting the diversity benefit, and then we apply credit. So for our ending, for in this chart, you can see the uncertainty requirement is 215 for the first the demand change is 215. Uncertainty up is 742, which remains the same for the entire hour. The net import capability is around 9,000, and the diversity scale benefit is 338. So effectively, what we see in most of the hours is the flex ramp requirement is mainly driven by 3 inputs. It's the demand change, it's the diversity benefit scaled up requirement, and the credit, because generally for the ISO and for majority of the EIM areas, the net import capability is significantly greater than the uncertainty up. Thus, the first term ends up being a negative value, and thus the requirement gets driven by the diversity benefit scale requirement and credit. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so that was for the previous results was for hour ending 17. This is for hour ending 18. I think you can just quickly summarize this slide and show that, yes, the net import capability is around 10,000. That ends up making the first term within the max equation go negative, and thus the net flex ramp up requirement, or the FRUR that you see in this table, is driven by demand change, uncertainty, and diversity scale benefit. And here you can see the flex ramp up requirement is 459, 561, and then 724 and 756. These just gives you an indication that generally for the 4 intervals, you can see the requirement tends to increase gradually whenever the demand is increasing, and then you can see the requirement can go negative or lower across the 4 intervals when the demand is essentially reducing. Let me pause here and see if there are any questions. I know there were 2 questions. One was related to diversity benefit, and the other was related to credit. I want to know if there are any questions about the calculations so far.
Once again, if you'd like to ask a question, you can do so by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. All right, looks like I got no callers in queue.
Okay, then let's go to the next set of slides. Okay. So this chart shows the net flex ramp requirement and capacity for hour ending 17 and hour ending 18. And as we discussed before, balancing area can pass the flex ramp sufficiency test if the net ramp capacity is greater than the net requirement. So for hour ending 17, the ramp capacity is higher for all the 4 intervals compared to the flex ramp requirement, and thus the ISO BAA passes the flex ramp sufficiency test for hour ending 17. Moving on to hour ending 18, you can see that for the first 2 intervals, the ramp capacity is essentially higher than the flex ramp requirement, and thus the ISO passes the test for the first 2 intervals. However, for the last 2 intervals, the ramp capacity falls below the flex ramp requirement, and thus resulting in the ISO failing the flex ramp sufficiency test. And as we discussed before, when an balancing area fails the flex ramp sufficiency test, its EIM transfers are essentially capped at the last 15-minute interval value. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? This is the zoomed in information for hour ending 17 and hour ending 18. This chart shows the resource ramp capacity by unit type. And you can see from hour ending 17 time frame, the ramp capacity is essentially being driven by imports, and increase in imports in hour ending 17 compared to hour ending 18. We also have some reduction in exports. That's what is contributing to the positive ramp capacity from the exports. And then we are seeing the effect of the reduction in just starting to see the effect of reduction in VERs. And that's why you see a negative ramp capacity for intervals 3 and 4. However, the net resource flex ramp capacity is still positive for all the 4 intervals in hour ending 17. Now, as we move into hour ending 18, we see a similar pattern for the ramp capacity. We do see that exports are contributing to a positive ramp capacity. Imports are also contributing to a positive ramp capacity, which gives us an indication that exports and imports are increasing and thus contributing to the ramp capacity. And then the biggest change or the impact here is from the VERs, the variable energy resources. Their output is gradually reducing. As their output is gradually reducing, the net impact on ramp is that it has a negative contribution, and those 2 negative contributions from VER ramp for interval 3 and 4 is what causes the net ramp capacity to go below from in hour ending 18 compared to hour ending 17. And then we see the impact is ISO no longer has sufficient ramp capacity to pass the flex ramp sufficiency test. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. So next set of slides here provides details about the ramp capacity calculation. The ramp capacity is essentially calculated for all the resources that I mentioned before. And those 3 sets of resources are participating resources, non-participating resources, and also hourly import and export transactions. And the resource ramp capacity can be both positive and negative. And the ramp capacity essentially takes into account many intertemporal constraints, commitment decisions, and so on. to calculate in very specific details what is the RAM capacity for individual resources. For simplicity purposes, to keep this discussion at a higher level and still provide some insights, I have provided explanation for conventional generating resources, VERs, and imports. However, these examples present what are the basic principles that ISO use in calculating the FlexRAMP sufficiency test resource capacity. And as we go through the next set of slides, you will see that the calculations are really quite intensive in the sense it takes into account the initial condition, it takes into account the commitment decision, it takes into account the advisory commitments, it takes into account binding commitments, it takes into account the resource startup time, and many, many variables that go into the market. And all of these calculations have essentially been developed after years of experience of running these markets and then identifying improvements to ensure that we can calculate accurately what are the resource ramp capabilities available for each trading hour. Jimmy, can you go to the next slide? Okay. So this is a very simple example for the ramp capacity calculation for a specific resource. I have just highlighted the resource ramp capacity calculation for interval 1 and 2, but the same logic is used to calculate the ramp capacity for intervals 3 and 4. Essentially, what we do is we calculate the resource initial point T minus 7.5, which is the advisory schedule for some of the tests, and in some cases it's the binding schedule from that 15-minute market. That is the starting point. And then for each of these 15-minute interval that we calculate the ramp capacity, we take into account its Pmax, any Pmax D rate, any ancillary services that resource may be carrying, regulation up spin, and the upper bid-in economic limit. And on top of that, we project what the resource can move, or the maximum output the resource can produce in that 15-minute interval using the ramp rate. Now, the resources can have dynamic ramp rates. All that information is taken into account while calculating the ramp limited upper economic limit. So for each hour, the application will consider the ramped upper economic limit and use the ramped upper economic limit and the initial point to calculate the ramp. And I think I have a specific example with numbers that will help you visualize what the calculation does. But the key point here is, when we do the calculation, all of these pieces could be moving pieces. The initial point is a optimal decision that's being made by the market to decide where the resource is currently operating. And then in the T plus 7.5 and T plus 22.5, the market is getting all the updated regulation up and spin information for the ISO resources. For the EIM resources, regulation up and spin is part of the base schedule submission. Then Pmax D rates, they are essentially being updated by all the participants that have a generating resource in the market. And we can also have any updates to the ramp rates within the hour. So this is an example for a conventional generator. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So this, as I mentioned before, these for this example, once you put the numbers in, that gives us a good perspective of how the ramp rates are calculated. This is an example where the resource Pmin is considered 0. Its initial point is operating at its Pmin of 0, and then the upper economic limit for this case is, let's say, 45, because that's what the resource submits. But then the ramp limit is based on the resource ramp rate of 1 megawatt per minute. So in the first 15-minute interval, the resource can only ramp up to 15 megawatts, and that's why its ramped upper limit is 15, 30 megawatts in the second interval, and 45 and 45 in the third and the fourth interval. Thus, the ramp capacity that is calculated, we take into account the ramp upper economic limit minus the initial point, and thus you get the ramp rate calculation of 15, 30, 45, and 45 for the 4 intervals. Let me go through a few more slides, and then I think I can pause for questions to see if there are any specific questions. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. The next slide shows the VER resource ramp capacity. In this case, the ramp capacity is positive because we are showing an example where the VER forecast is gradually increasing. So, just to simplify this case and provide some more details, the VER resources in the ISO market have an ability to submit an economic bid all the way up to its upper operating capability, or its Pmax. Now, within each 5 and 15-minute interval, the ISO uses the forecast information to limit its upper economic availability in the market and sets it equal to the forecast. So as you can see, for this specific example, the forecast is gradually increasing. In the first interval, the forecast is 162, 210, 251, and 296. And the initial point is at 30 megawatts. So in order to calculate the ramp capacity, you have to subtract the forecast minus the initial point. In this specific example, we have made an assumption that the resource ramp rate is 30 megawatts, thus it can essentially reach all the forecast level information in each of the 15-minute intervals. However, if the resource ramp rate does not support the forecast change across the two 15-minute or across any of the intervals that we calculate the ramp capacity, then we would take that information into account to calculate the VER resource ramp capability. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. So this is a specific example that is created to highlight how a VER resource can have a negative ramp rate or the negative ramp capacity. In this case, the initially the resource is operating at 333 megawatts, and then the forecast is gradually reducing such that the resource output has to reduce from the initial point. And thus, we can see that from intervals 1 through 4, the resource forecast is 296 in the first interval and goes all the way down to 162 in the fourth interval. This reduction in the forecast essentially shows that the capability of the resource is gradually reducing, and thus the flex ramp sufficiency test ends up with a negative ramp capacity and thus penalizes that specific resource to indicate that, yes, the ramp capacity in that VA is essentially reducing because of the reduction in the VER schedule. Okay. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? So let me go through this slide and then I will pause to see if there are any questions. This is another slide that shows the details of how the ISO calculates the ramp capacity for an hourly import transaction. But once you go through this logic, you can extrapolate this example to consider similar to an export example. So in this case, there is an hourly transaction. Its previous hour schedule is 22. Its current hours, or the trade hour schedule, is 154. Now, in the ISO markets, based on the WEC rules, we have a cross-hour ramping rule, which results in a 10-minute ramp across the trade hour boundary. That's why the initial point for the hourly transaction is set to 44, even though the previous hour schedule is 22. And then the hash or the tag values essentially represent the ramping profile that is already applied to the tag. That's why in the first interval, the resource tag value is 132. And then in the last three intervals, its tag value is 154. To calculate the ramp capability for this import transaction, we just take the difference between the current hour tag value minus the initial point. And here you can see the ramp capacity is 88 megawatts for the first interval. And then for the second to third, the ramp capacity is 110. So this is another illustration that shows that, in the flex ramp sufficiency test calculation, we take into account all the aspects of the hourly transactions. We take into account the tag value. We take into account the ramping profile. And all of those details are baked into our current calculation. Just one more thing to highlight here is since the test is performed at T75, T55, and T40, the results may or may not be available for the hourly transaction. So at T75, we really do not have any hash award yet. So the ramp calculation takes the initial point and then takes the bid max for the hourly transaction. And then once the hash results are available, the market will use the hash results to calculate the ramp capacity. And then once a tag information is available, the market will always use tag value to calculate the ramp capacity, thus trying to take into account the most updated information to calculate the flex ramp sufficiency test resource capacity. Jimmy, let me pause here to see if there are any questions.
Once again, if you'd like to ask a question, you can do so by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. We do have a caller in queue. Hi, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hi, yeah, this is Elaine Ginocchio again. Could you just repeat how, this is on the slide you're on 46, how you got from your previous hour schedule to your initial point?
So if you apply the ramping rule, which is that you have to ramp in the 10 minutes before the trade hour, and then you use the ramp for 10 minutes after the trade hour, and you take linearly, if you calculate from 22 to 154, you get the 5-minute schedule, and then you take the simple average of those 5-minute schedules.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
There are no more callers in the queue.
Jimmy, just doing a time check, and just if you can check, I think I have a few sets of slides still to cover, and we have 6 minutes past the lunchtime. Do we want to continue? Or?
Yeah, thanks, Rahul. I think we can, if folks are okay with it, I'm not seeing any objection, maybe go till 12:30, and that should be enough time to finish up the slides and then pick up at 1:30 following this.
Okay. Then let's go through the next set of slides. Okay. So in the next set of subsequent slides, you're going to see some trends, and I will try to highlight some of the key observations from those slides. To set up those charts, to recap, ISO performs a test at T-75, T-55, and T-40 T75 and 55 are advisory, and then T40 is binding. So what we are going to see in the next set of slides are information that we have from the test results for ISO across these three tests. So Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the FlexRamp sufficiency test requirement calculation for T75 and T40. And the general idea to compare the information is what we have is for each of the testing period that represents one 15-minute interval for hour ending 17, the diversity benefit essentially remains the same for the all four intervals, because that's something that's calculated on the prior day. The two values that or rather only one value in this case that's only changing is the demand change. And the demand change essentially would represent any change in the forecast between the T75 and T40. And as I mentioned before, the demand change or the demand forecast is held constant between T55 and T40, but it could change between T75 and T40 test results. Jimmy, moving on to the next slide. Okay, this is the same information comparing the T75 test results with T40, but this time it is for hour ending 18. You can see here the biggest component in the requirement that was driven by the uncertainty, which is the positive value above 800 megawatts in the yellow bar. The diversity benefit, essentially that reduces the requirement. And then we have the demand change. And you can see here the demand change is the only input that is changing across T40 and T75, and essentially in some cases the demand change increases for interval 3 and 4 for hour ending 18, but there is a slight reduction in interval 2. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay. This is comparing the ramp capacity and ramp requirement across the two tests. And there is something significant of note here. For hour ending 17, you can see the flex ramp capacity that is shown for the ISO is significantly higher than actually what is the ramp capacity that is seen in T40. And you can see the ramp capacity for intervals 1 through 4 for hour ending 17. It's around 10,000 megawatts. And then, what is driving this higher requirement T75 is explained in the next set of slides. So, Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? So next, we have the similar data for hour ending 18. Two key observations here. In hour ending 18, ISO passes the flex ramp sufficiency test in T75 in all the 4 intervals. That's mainly driven by the higher ramp capacity that's observed at T75 compared to T40. And then as we go into T40 intervals 3 and 4, the ramp capacity is much lower, and it goes negative for interval 4. That is what is driving the flex ramp sufficiency test failure. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so when we saw the higher ramp capacity for T75 results, we were looking for the explanation. And when you look at this chart, this gives you a good explanation as to why T75 ramp capacity is so much higher, because it's mainly driven by the exports. And at T75, ISO HAPS market has not yet run, and that information is not passed to the balancing test or the sufficiency test engine. And the engine uses the initial point for the export and then assumes or makes an assumption that the tag or the HAPS value is 0, because at that point the engine really does not have any information about where the exports are going to clear from the HAPS market. That's why for T75, the export and import ramp capacity can be unusually high. But once we get the HAPS results and the tag results, then they accurately represented in our resource ramp capacity. And you can see for all the 4 intervals in T40 results, the ramp capacity is much lower and accurately represents how we have currently designed our flex ramp sufficiency test calculation. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, this is the same information for our ending 18 as we saw for our ending 17, showing the breakdown across the 2 tests. And similar to the prior slides, export ramp capacity is mainly driving the higher ramp capacity for the T75 test, and then at T40, the ramp capacity is much lower. Jimmy, can we go to the next slide? Okay, I think then that's all the information I had for this presentation. Can we see if there are any questions?
We do have a couple of questions in queue, and as a reminder, if you do wish to ask a question, you can do so by pressing #2. And we're on to our first caller. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto at the CPUC. I'm guessing that the punchline is page 52 and 53, and I'm not following this. So can you explain again, sort of in layman's terms, why the export capability contributes to the ramping and why it decreases between T-75 and T-40?
So maybe I can explain that by going back a couple more slides. Jimmy, can we go to a few more slides back where I have the import, few more? 2 more, please. Yeah, I think there is an example for import transaction. 1 more, right? Give me 1 second. Let me. Yeah, this one. So this is, if you look at this table below, and let's think of T-70, T-75, when ISO does not have the HAPS results done. So if the previous hour export schedule, let's say, is 200, and the current hour schedule is 0, then the market is going to calculate 0 minus 200. And since it's an export, we have to take a positive ramp capacity from that. Right? So in the absence of any schedule, the market is assuming at this point that the schedule is going to 0.
But you don't do that for imports?
We do the same for imports.
Okay. So this is all an artifact of the fact that you don't use some average of what you would expect. You're actually you put in 0 in that factor.
Yes. And at T75, really, we are not making any decisions, or that has no implication on the final result.
Okay. I'll have to I understand mechanically, and I have to understand like policy-wise. But thank you so much for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, and as a reminder, if you do wish to ask your question, you can do so by pressing #2. And we're on to our first caller. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted. Hi, this is Michelle Keto at the CPUC Energy Division. I guess saying that the punchline is page 52 and 53, and I'm All right, looks like I have no more callers in queue.
Okay, then Jimmy, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris and Rahul. Thanks again, Rahul, for all that information. And thanks so much, folks. Great questions, and we appreciate your engagement. As mentioned, great constructive input. As mentioned, we can pick up a little bit later than 1 p.m. I thought 1:30, but it looks like we can start at 1:15, so about an hour from now. So look for that start time. And as mentioned, we appreciate PowerX's time in advance. Jeff Spires will be providing their presentation at that time. So we look forward to that, and talk to you folks soon. Thanks. Hi, folks. Thanks so much for joining us back up as we begin. As mentioned, we do have PowerX here to talk about the presentation. And before that, I just want to mention we also did post the final root cause analysis report. I know that is a popular subject, so the mark notice just went out for that, just FYI. And we did receive a question as well over the break, wondering what the CAISO is planning to do under this initiative for summer 2021. Well, we are finding a lot of good suggestions here. So don't feel this is a one-and-done workshop. If we feel we might have another session to address everything, we're open to that, of course. So we do appreciate your engagement and input. And I think Khaled wanted to begin by prefacing something before we begin with PowerX. So thanks, Khaled.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I just wanted to, to acknowledge, the efforts and the work that we have done all together, because there was some preparation work, and Jeff in particular, I would like to acknowledge all of the expertise and all of the knowledge and the work that we discussed so many different difficult topics. And what we are hoping is, to get from the presentation, from what you're going to be presenting today, is to take away some kind of clues on any place that we need to enhance any of those tests. Or we want to be also clear, maybe if you could help us also while you're walking us through your presentation, and which areas that you are actually targeting. Is it the test itself, or is it the consequences of the test, that we want to focus on? And so that will help us, kind of take or turn away, to take away certain action items that will help us quickly to respond and focus on, because we have some objectives to, one hand, to make sure that the test is doing the objective of why it was created. The second objective is to continue to have it something simple or as much as we can in order to for people to continue to benefit from the test and to benefit from the results. So we would like to focus if the enhancements or if the areas of that you would walk us through it today, is it the test itself that you think needs to change, or is it the outcome of the test, or as a result of that test, what would need to happen? So to have this clarity. Oh my God. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Jeff, and to turn, to walk through your presentation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Khaled. I really appreciate that introduction. And for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jeff Spires. I'm a director at PowerX. I have, as Khaled alluded to, quite a bit of background with respect to the EIM and PowerX's implementation, as well as participating actively in the various stakeholder initiatives that are ongoing related to EDAM and other initiatives. And I think, Khaled, that was a good way to kind of frame the discussion. First of all, I very much appreciate the CAISO's engagement on this topic and holding this workshop and spending the morning going through the detail that you did in terms of trying to help illustrate how the test works and what the mechanics of it are. And of course, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to present our perspective on this. I think with respect to the topics and the way that this presentation is organized, I think where I will start is, why do we have resource sufficiency? What are its objectives, and why is it important? And I think that's always a good place to start from, to level set from a principled perspective on what we're trying to accomplish. Then I'll move into what are some of the key issues that we're seeing with the current design, as well as what are some of the symptoms or the outcomes of those issues. And I have some data as well. It's not as detailed, of course, as some of the CAISO's information, but I think it will be helpful to have that discussion around where some of the issues are currently. And after walking through that, I do also want to spend some time just really emphasizing why these issues are so important. What are the consequences from an equity perspective, from an economic perspective? These are some pretty big issues, and I think we all need to understand that and really be thoughtful about how to move forward. But ultimately, where we'll end with the presentation and what we'd like to get to is what are solutions, and I think that's, Haled, what you're getting at. And so that's where we'll finish. What are some potential solutions, and in particular, what are the critical fixes that can be made in advance of the summer of 2021? From PowerX's perspective, that is what we think is the most urgent need, is to find solutions that address some of these key issues and allow us to enter next summer with confidence that the RS test is being accurately applied to all BAs and that it's functioning as intended before we get to the summer and before we're faced with potentially tight system conditions again during that period. And so that's, just to emphasize, that is where we want to go with this, is try to find a way to get to solutions. So with that said, I'll start moving through. The first point I wanted to make is CAISO had solicited feedback and presentations from stakeholders. We are actively engaged with the EIM community on many of these topics, and as well as on looking at EDAM and participating in that forum. But given the timelines, we didn't have the ability as a group to provide joint perspectives. But I do wanted to just start with a couple of points. The EIM entities did provide a letter to the board a couple of months ago that emphasized a couple of areas, and I won't read these verbatim, but just number one is that I think there is a broad recognition that resource sufficiency is a core element of the EIM, and that the EIM entities as a group want to ensure that we're evaluating the test in light of some of the events last summer to make sure that it is functioning as intended. And secondly, just to make sure that to the extent there are changes required, that those are addressed through a stakeholder initiative. So that's, I think, the broad perspective of the EIM group. But that being said, going forward from here in terms of this presentation, I just want to be clear that this is PowerX's perspective on these issues, and I'll be speaking from our point of view. And I would, of course, encourage other EIM entities or other stakeholders to chime in during the conversation to provide their perspectives. I'm happy to take questions as well, but I think I have a couple of places in this slide deck that are best to do that. There's a couple of natural places. So I've got about 16 slides. I will stop twice during the presentation itself for questions, and then of course at the end I'm assuming we can continue the dialogue. So that, just so everyone has a feel for how I'm going to approach this. So moving on, as I mentioned, I really wanted to start from a place of why is resource efficiency important. And I think the number one point is that what does a well-designed resource efficiency framework do? Well, it's really how you measure that each BA has enough supply to meet its own needs on a standalone basis. That's fundamentally what the test is trying to evaluate. And the reason that that is important and that that's a necessary element of the market is, first of all, from a reliability perspective, it provides benefits in a number of key ways. For example, it gives assurance that the footprint as a whole is resource efficient. And that is, I think, beneficial from a reliability perspective to ensure that the solution itself is reliable, but also having an effective framework in place provides that confidence to all of the participants that the other entities that are participating are also living up to the same standard. And so there's the direct reliability benefits as well as the secondary confidence that that provides for the entities. And we've really talked about some of the similar concepts in the context of the EDAM as well. And the other reliability-related benefit of having an effective resource efficiency test in place is that it provides an ability to prevent shortfalls in one BA from adversely impacting another if you get into situations where some entities have not met that standalone metric. So there are some really beneficial reliability related elements to resource efficiency, and I think that is one of the number one priorities over having an accurate test. But there's another category as well, and we've talked about this many times, but it's the economics. It's the preventing the leaning on the capacity and flexibility investments made by other entities. And that prevention ensures that the entities that may be short and haven't secured enough supply in advance don't avoid taking those advanced steps on a forward basis to deal with that, and instead rely on the EIM supply as their means to address those shortfalls. It also, though, I think the flip side of this is it provides an opportunity to equitably share in the diversity. So I think there's a recognition that pooling resources as a group provides benefits, but those benefits need to be calculated and shared based on the starting assumption that all entities are living up to the same standard. And from that perspective, it really comes down to establishing a level playing field. And that is, again, one of the most critical elements here is a level playing field and equitable application of these requirements. And so really, I think what the fundamental question should be when we're talking about some of these issues is whether or not the RS test is meeting those objectives. And I'm going to get into some details that illustrate the challenges we see now that are significant and we think must be addressed urgently. So this is a fairly detailed slide, so I'll go through this relatively slowly. Earlier this morning, the CAISO provided a bunch of great information around the tests, how they're structured, the inputs, the calculations, the outputs. And I think all of that is, for those of us in the weeds, it's been really helpful to understand how the test works. And I think eventually we need to ensure that the details are right, because that's really what it comes down to, is accuracy needs to ensure that the details are right. But I think what I'm trying to do here is to take a step back from the test itself and the mechanics of the test, and instead try to contrast at a high level the test results compared to the actual operating conditions in the CAISO during the heat wave. And so in other words, trying to draw the line between what does the test result produce versus what was the real situation, and what are some of the challenges that may stem from that. And so looking at this chart, there's a couple of things on here. First of all, I think you can see that we're looking at a 5-day period starting on Friday, August 14th to Tuesday, August 18th. At the top, you see some markings that identify the different levels of alerts or emergencies that were declared in the CAISO BA. And so you can get a bit of a handle on when those different events were taking place, starting with the 14th and the load shedding events, but also some of the other days that there were challenges in the CAISO BA. The bar chart below is the CAISO EIM transfers in the 15-minute market across that period. And the downward bars with the negative numbers are imports into the CAISO BA. The other detail that you can see is that some of the bars in certain periods are red. Those red bars are the EIM transfers that occurred during resource sufficiency failures in the CAISO BA. And so that's the data, just to give an explanation of what we are looking at. But what I want to do is to narrow in on the periods when the CAISO was in a stage 2 or stage 3 emergency. And so hopefully that highlighting comes through okay on the screen, but all I've done there is try to highlight those periods in particular. And the reason is that I'm trying to identify 2 different outcomes. And these 2 outcomes illustrate the challenges from a capacity perspective with the current RS framework. We talked about this somewhat in the morning, that there is a difference between capacity and flexibility. And so what we're talking about here are capacity shortfalls, where there aren't enough resources in total to meet the BA obligations. And as I've laid out at the bottom of the slide, there are 2 fundamental issues that we see when we look at the market results during this period. Number 1 is that on these days, the CAISO BA continued to pass resource sufficiency even in the midst of these emergency conditions. So just at the highest level, once a BA is in an emergency and struggling to meet its own needs from a load and operating reserve perspective, the fact that a resource sufficiency test does not accurately capture that is a problem in and of itself. So that's issue number 1, is that there is passing that doesn't align with the reality of the situation on the grid. And that leads to questions around whether or not the test application is accurate. And I think that gets back to a lot of the issues this morning, and I'll get into that more. But Khaled raised the question of what are we concerned about? Well, number 1 is inaccuracy in the test, which is evidenced by results that aren't consistent with the operational reality. The second issue is related to the failure consequences. And that is during these periods when there were resource sufficiency failures, as shown by the red bars, the CAISO BA continues to receive EIM imports across that period, and for sizable quantities. For example, upwards of 2,000 megawatts on the 14th. So, you know, these are not small issues. These are large issues. And this was another topic that was raised this morning. So, and I will come back to issues around both of these topics and getting into more detail, but at the highest level, when we look at the outcomes of the market solution, those two issues illustrate the fundamental challenges with the outcomes we're seeing. So I am now going to walk through what we think are the key issues. And before I do that, I do want to make sure it's clear that we fully recognize that the application of the EIM test is applicable to all BAs, including the CAISO. And the test is fundamentally the same for all BAs. And so these issues in general are broad EIM RS test issues. However, I do think that it's important to recognize that the CAISO BA's particular situation, both as the only organized market that is participating in the EIM amongst the other BAs that are operating under a different paradigm, as well as the typical pattern of EIM transactions that the CAISO tends to make in the EIM, specifically imports that tend to be large, as we saw on the previous slide, and increasing entering the afternoon hours. Those nuances and those particulars that are relevant to the CAISO BA and its participation in the EIM mean that some of the issues that I'm about to walk through really do tend to manifest themselves in the CAISO BA specifically. And so, you know, while the design is applicable to everyone, I think we need to recognize that from a practical perspective, the nature of some of the challenges here creates benefits for the CAISO BA that others generally don't have available to them. And so I think that's just the reality of them, and I think it'll become more clear as I walk through. So number one, there is no capacity test that is comprehensive and accurately measures the ability for each BA to meet all of its obligations. I think we talked this morning about how there is a test there is a capacity test in theory, but I think, you know, CAISO's done a good job of outlining some of the significant challenges with that, and I think it's pretty clear that it's not serving its purpose. And so that's really one of the number one issues. And just to reiterate very briefly what I said this morning, nothing replaces that fundamental check. I recognize there's a flexible ramping sufficiency test. As we saw this morning, it's pretty complicated, and nothing replaces the more simple, let's take a step back and ask, is there enough supply in each BA to meet its obligations? And so we have to find a way to solve that. That's first and foremost. There are some more nuanced challenges that go along with that, and this is where I think some of the CAISO's unique characteristics come into play. Number one, or number two, I suppose, supply that is being included in the test that either isn't real or isn't capable of performing. And this can really occur in two different ways. One is it could be an import that doesn't have a physical resource or transmission identified. And that can occur by an entity that just submits a bid on a CAISO intertie, it clears the HASP, and it gets included in the test even before there's an E-tag, even before the CAISO has evaluated whether or not that supply is truly supported by a physical resource. This is one area that is very different from the rest of the EIM group, where the supply that's included in the test is based on confirmed transactions that have been scheduled and identified. So that's issue number one. The other one is more to do with internal resources that aren't capable of performing at the level that they're shown for in the RS test. And I think Rahul mentioned one of the areas there, for example, where a unit is offline and isn't actually capable of being started up and producing output in the following hour. But I think he really boiled it down well at one point to say, he sort of summed it up to say, if it includes a bid, it gets counted. And I think that's, again, another area where the CAISO is just different in its structure from the other BAs participating, because it's the CAISO BA that has a framework for market participation where third parties can be submitting bids and offers, and you have market awards, et cetera, and that can result in this challenge that is applicable to the CAISO, whereas in some of the other BAs, it's more a question of counting the physical resources that they have in the test. So this is one area for clearly in need of improvement, and I think number one and number two really go together in terms of the way you achieve a comprehensive and accurate capacity test is you make sure that not only are all the obligations accounted for, but that the supply that you're counting is accurately reflecting reality. The next one is with respect to the flex test, which is a separate test. Prior hour EIM imports inappropriately play a role and provide credit towards meeting the next hour's test. And this can get into the mechanics, and I don't want to get too far into the details, but the basic issue here is that an import in the EIM in the current hour allows an entity to back down its internal resource, and that headroom that has been created on that internal resource can then be used as capability towards meeting the following hour's resource sufficiency test. And that is something we've raised in the past as a specific issue on a number of fronts. Number one, it just gets away from the premise of resource sufficiency, is we're really trying to measure, did you show up into the market on a standalone basis with enough capability? And so if you're using, if EIM results are contributing to that evaluation, then you the RS test with the market solution in a way that doesn't actually address the concern, which is, did you have enough resources on a standalone basis? And the other thing, though, that's challenging here is, again, this is one of those issues where it tends to benefit the importers. And as I kind of mentioned before, that's a problem where the CAISO in particular, and we'll see some more data, but the CAISO was importing significant amounts during the heat wave. The majority of the time, the other entities in the EIM are exporters. And so the challenge with this type of flaw is that it ends up providing that advantage to the CAISO, and others aren't getting the same benefit. And so it's kind of back to, how do we find a way to rectify these issues and make sure the test details of how it's applied result in an equitable outcome or an equitable application of that test? And then the last one that I alluded to before is the failure consequences that allow continued EIM imports throughout the period. And I think I've already mentioned this, but again, the issue being that any BA that is importing in advance of an RS failure has the ability to continue to import even if that is during a capacity shortfall. And as I mentioned this morning, this is a different issue around capacity shortfalls than perhaps flexibility, where I think if the concern is that there's a flexibility failure in a BA, I think then the freezing concept makes more sense in that context, because what you're in effect saying is, I don't have the flexibility on my resources to move up or down quickly enough to balance my own load. And so if my EIM transfers are frozen, it prevents me from ramping up or down somebody else's resource to balance my own load. So from a flex perspective, a freezing type consequence has merit, I think, and it makes more sense in terms of the outcome is preventing the leaning on that flexibility. But that doesn't hold true if the issue is, well, I actually don't have enough resources, period, to meet my load. In that case, if I am continuing to import, that import is helping me address that shortfall. And I think the question we're posing with that is, how does that not undermine, if that becomes an opportunity and the EIM is effectively a tool to address capacity shortfalls, how does that not undermine the incentive to pass the test ahead of time? And I'll come back to that, but that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve is the failure consequences aren't, the purpose of the failure consequence is to provide the incentive to show up resource sufficient. And that's what we need to get to, is we need to get to a way to ensure that that happens ahead of time. I've got two more slides that help to illustrate these challenges, and then I'll stop for questions because I realize I've been moving through quite a few. So two more, and then I'll stop. So these are the four issues as we see them as being most important in terms of the existing test. I just want to dive a little bit deeper into the data to help explain what some of the outcomes are with these challenges. And so this is similar to one of the previous charts where the blue bars are EIM transfers to and from the CAISO BA. And this is drilling in specifically to August 14th. And you can see that, and it's just the on-peak hours. And so you can see that absent about an hour in the morning hours where there were exports, the majority of the day CAISO was an importer. As I mentioned before, these red bars are the transfers during the failure. And then these red dots show what the transfer limit was as the result of the failure. And so pretty much you can see that the effect of those frozen limits in terms of, well, maybe I'll come back to that, but basically that's the limit that gets applied once there's a failure. I'll come back to kind of what the conclusion or the takeaway is on that point. So the purpose of this slide, again, is to try to help illustrate how the current design and the challenges I walked through on the previous slide, in combination with imports that are increasing earlier in the afternoon into that afternoon critical net load peak period, how do those things in combination lead to the outcomes that we don't think are consistent with the principles that we're trying to achieve with resource sufficiency? And so what you can see happens here is, first of all, I've just overlaid the different stages of emergency conditions in the CAISO BA like before. It's a little bit easier to see now that we're focused on a single day. And I think that just helps to provide context of what was really going on situationally on the grid. So the first issue, or the first pattern that we do see fairly typically in terms of the way that EIM transfers tend to be implemented and the way that the transactions generally are made between different entities, is that imports into the CAISO begin earlier in the day. And so that you can see that they start with a bit of an export, but pretty quickly the imports around the noon hour start to reach 1,000 or just over 1,000 megawatts around the 1 p.m. time frame. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, when we're talking about the flex test, once these imports have been implemented, they start to count towards the following hour's test in the way I described, where the imports are in effect creating headroom, and that headroom is then capability that counts to a following hour. So it's not that they're directly counted, but it's the indirect mechanism in which the imports create headroom. But regardless of how that occurs, I think the takeaway is once the EIM imports start earlier in the afternoon, they start to get used in towards the future hours. And why does that matter? Well, I think that is why we've concluded that that's one of the core issues, because when we look at this more closely, what we see is this continued pass period even after the stage 2 has been initiated. So now we're getting into that peak period, and yet we see that the results of the resource sufficiency test are passes all the way through that period. And that is going on even though there are emergency conditions and there are imports coming in from the EIM. So I think that's the first indicator. There's something wrong here, because it defies, frankly, common sense to say, well, if I'm in a stage 2 emergency and I'm having a hard time, I'm faced with reserve shortfalls and other things, I don't have enough supply, how am I passing this metric? So I think that's kind of the sort of high-level conclusion on that. And then the follow-up issue there is eventually there is a failure as we get into the 1700 hour, but that freezing approach allows continued imports. And that continued import is clearly continuing even under the capacity shortfall situation and even into the load shedding event. And so when we take a step back from this outcome, it's really hard to come up with an explanation for or a way to describe this other than to say that this is leaning from a capacity perspective on the EIM, because these imports are going on during this shortfall period. They're being used to help fill the gap. And the challenges that I alluded to before is these are really significant quantities. These are multiple thousands of megawatts. And so, you know, this is, in our view, a really big issue. And I think it calls into question some of what we started to get to earlier this morning around the principles and trying to assess some of these outcomes and say, is the resource sufficiency test functioning the way that we intended? Is it achieving the objectives of preventing leaning? And from our perspective, the answer is clearly no. And I think that that is the fundamental challenge. And I hope here that the takeaway is a better understanding of why we think that this is a challenge, what the issues are, how they manifest, and an understanding that these are really big issues. And so I am going to get into some other elements, including a closer look at what was going on with other entities and trying to get into some more discussion around the consequences of these types of outcomes, but this is sort of the conclusion of the breakdown of what we see the issues to be. And so I think this is the right place to stop, take some questions, and then we can kind of move into the next section.
And as a reminder, if you do wish to ask a question, you can do so by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad.
Hello, Jeff. This is George Angelidis. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, George.
Hi. I'm pretty sure you're going to get enough comments here from my colleagues as well, but let me start up. If we can go back to slide 4, I think you start building, starting from that slide where you show the challenges. Okay, maybe it was one before where you have the text.
Yep.
Yeah. So as we discussed earlier in this call, there is general agreement that specifically for the capacity test, yes, it cannot be completely comprehensive. The objective of it, of course, was a compromise between having it simple, and we sort of use it like a screen before we perform the flexible ramp sufficiency test, which is a lot more complicated, so that, from a performance standpoint, if you fail the capacity test, you have no chance of surviving the flexible ramp sufficiency test, and it's easier for people to understand, has some intuitive aspect to it. Yes, it's not perfect. It doesn't consider intertemporal constraints. I think you specifically mentioned that if a resource is offline and has bids, we count these bids, even if the resource cannot start in time. That is true for the capacity test, but in the flexible ramp sufficiency test, of course, we make these calculations more accurate, so that resource is not going to be counted as providing any flexibility. So I just want to reiterate here that really the capacity test is a compromise that leans on the side of being simple, right? So we really put more effort and for accuracy and complexity on the flexible ramp sufficiency test. Let me move down those items that you point here. So when you, and these are not really specific for the ISO. I mean, the ISO, with the exception of the T-75 test, that we have all these import-export bids before they clear HASP, for the other tests, T-55, T-40, really it's not in any way different than any other BAA. So the test is administered in the same way.
Can I respond to a couple of those points, George, or
yeah,
you?
Sure. We'll have a discussion. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, on the capacity test, a couple things. I mean, you sort of called it a screen, and I heard a similar description relatively recently, and I think, whether the CAISO kind of viewed it that way or not, I don't think that is the understanding of the EIM in general, that this test is a screen and it was not intended to be accurate. And I think the suggestion that it's not perfect, I think is a significant understatement, unfortunately. I think the data shows that the inaccuracies in that test are for multiple thousands of megawatts, and this isn't a small issue. But kind of, regardless of how we got to this place, I think really I want to emphasize and want to be clear that our objective is to resolve these issues. And from that perspective, I just want to emphasize again that we need to have a capacity test that's accurate. I don't think this is a tweak issue. This is, we have to get this right, because the current test doesn't perform what we would expect when we hear a test that has the word capacity test in the name. Like, I don't think the understanding was that it had no reflection of reality, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed. To your second point, though, I think I was pretty clear, or at least I tried to be, that I agree with you that these are not design elements that are specific to the CAISO BA, and I am in no way trying to suggest that. But I am trying to make it clearer that we have to also understand what the implications of these elements are from a practical perspective, and that's why I made the point that from a practical perspective, the CAISO BA sees benefits or doesn't end up with the same application of the test just because of like I said before, the CAISO is an organized market. You have bids and offers. That leads to challenges under number 2 on the screen that a lot of the other entities just don't really have to grapple with. That's not the CAISO's fault. That's just the reality. And so that's something we have to address. And then number 3 and number 4 really stem down to, well, who benefits from some of these issues? It tends to be those that are importing and those that are importing for significant quantities. And that's what we've seen is that's a pretty typical scenario, and the heat wave data illustrates that, where the CAISO BA is a significant importer in the EIM, and I think, you know, it's broadly recognized that that was during a period when there wasn't sufficient supply in the CAISO BA. And so it's not that it's designed in that matter, it's just that those characteristics and those realities of the situation are leading to those issues. So I hope that's clarifying, because I am trying to make that clear, that and I hope that answers the question, but let me know if you feel otherwise.
No, I'm glad you clarified, Jeff, because at some point when you were presenting this slide, it appeared that you were singling out the ISO, specifically with item 2 regarding imports without physical resource or transmission identified. And as you know, from early on in the EIM development path, I think it was 1 year after EIM, we had a significant enhancement of the capacity test that included, as part of the capacity requirement, a metric for historic overscheduling or underscheduling of imports to address this specific point you bring here, that sometimes an import appears in our market and we're counting in that import in terms of the test, but yet they come later on and they don't tie. So we did this enhancement to reflect in the capacity test some historical metric of how often this happens. So we do try to address this. And, you know, for all these tests, both the capacity test and the flex program sufficiency test, they haven't been, you know, frozen in time. We have continuous enhancements happening to them. You know, the flex program sufficiency test and the capacity test started being hourly with hourly consequences. We refined that to 15 minutes. We started, you know, freezing some input data to the flex program sufficiency test to increase transparency and make it easy for AIM entity operators to follow it up. We have further enhancements coming up, like, you know, allowing base schedules below PMIN for units that are on startup. Having base schedules not really declaring that the resource is self-committed. So it's a moving path here that we're trying to, you know, adapt to the needs of our EIM community here. So we're not really frozen in time. We're looking into making this better and better without, you know, making it, of course, overly complex to the point that no one can understand what's going on. So we have to strike a balance. Regarding item 3, maybe it's better to go to your next slide, because I think you present that as being a problem, and it's like it's out of the design, but we actually designed it like that based on a mutual agreement early on how we should have the consequence of failing the test. And your other slides that you show how these imports gradually increase, I think it really brings this into a picture. So maybe we can go to that slide and have a discussion.
Okay, so first of all, to the other comments you made, I think you laid out enhancements that you're making, and I'm appreciative. I think we all are appreciative that the CAISO is willing to make enhancements, and I don't think that this information really has anything to do with that, and it is not a criticism of the CAISO's willingness to make enhancements at all. I think what we're doing here is we're using the information we have, including the information that we got from the heat wave that we think illustrates some of these challenges, some of these that we've identified before the heat wave, and some of them several years ago. But we're really trying to take the opportunity to say, how do we get this right going forward? So I think the goal here is to be constructive and to find solutions. And I don't think that takes away from any of the points that you made around the steps CAISO's taken in the past. And the way that you laid that out, I just want to make sure it's clear. The goal here is to explain the issues, make it clear why we think it's so important, and help get us to a place where we're finding solutions. And from that perspective, the purpose here is to be constructive. So moving into the details of this, though, please, I'm not sure where you wanted me to go, but I think you wanted to get into this issue.
Yes, thank you, Jeff, for acknowledging our efforts here for improving this test and make them better while being constrained to make them simple, reasonable, and easy to perform and understand. It's a difficult task at times. We have to weigh in and find a compromise between all these objectives. For this one specifically, you do so that the multi-interval optimization for the real-time market sees the benefit, and it's really an EIM benefit of economic displacement, displacing energy from internal resources with cheaper energy from other EIM entities in the form of imports that escalate as you approach the problematic intervals where the ISO fails the test. And you question the current practice of basically restricting the transfer only during the intervals that the BAA fails the test, allowing full optimization and full EIM benefit on prior intervals where the BAA passes the test. You have some question why the BAA passes the test when we're on stage 2 emergency. I'll let other colleagues of mine answer to that, but let's focus on your argument here, or the problem statement that why is the BAA allowed to still import during the intervals where it has failed the flex ramp up test. And, this was a collective agreement that we had early on in the design of the test that basically had to weigh in what kind of consequences we want to have for failing the test versus allowing EIM benefits on intervals that you don't fail the test. And the collective agreement that we had on the design, that's how we filed it, was that in prior intervals, when the BAA passes the test, we allow full EIM benefits. So if there are imports that can come in and displace capacity internally or whatever, that is allowed and that is acceptable. And then we just limit the imports for the intervals that the BAA fails. Now, where we limit it, also we agreed to limit it at whatever was optimally scheduled before you fail the test, because we realized the fact that because of economic displacement during those intervals that the BAA passes the test, after that period, the BAA is in a disadvantageous position because its resources has ramped down. Some of them may have been shut down. So it would be an extreme penalty for that BAA to say, well, now you can have no imports at all. Try to make up everything from your internal resources, which, by the way, they took advantage of the EIM benefit in the good intervals to reduce the flexibility, essentially. So this was a collective decision that we took. This is per design. I think if you take issue with that, then that's a bigger element for discussion on whether the original design objective we had was appropriate. And I don't know if you're putting it on the table here for reconsideration. I wanted to clarify that and see where you stand on this.
Yeah. Thanks, George. So I'm going to answer this, but then I think I've just realized that where we are on the timing here. So I think I'm going to answer this and move on. And I'm not going to take additional questions at this point. I want to take more questions, but just I think some of what you're raising and probably some of the other questions that I get are going to be answered by some of the future slides. So I just want to make sure we don't run out of time. First of all, George, in terms of that, what you just said, yes, we're taking issue with the concept here. And like I mentioned before, if the failure is related to flexibility, I think this concept makes sense. But we're talking about something different in terms of capacity shortfall. I think the other issue is, well, there's a couple of things. One is there is significant complexity with these tests. I think we saw that pretty clearly this morning. So it's difficult to really talk about what the intent was when, there's been several years of EIM and there's a lot of complexity. And so, it's just hard to kind of boil down some of these choices to a principled point of view. But that's absolutely what we're trying to do right now, is we're trying to ask ourselves, do these outcomes really meet the high-level principles and objectives of resource efficiency? And so that is what we're thinking, and I think that is informed by new information. I mean, that's informed by the events of the summer and by having an understanding of where we are entering next summer and what the challenges might look like. And so, we're sort of, it doesn't really matter how we got here. I think the point is we've identified significant issues. They're leading to leaning on the EIM for capacity, and we need to take steps to address that urgently. That is the fundamental point we're trying to make here. So I hope that answers it, but I do want to move on just to make sure I can get through the materials and take questions after.
Yeah, I think, Jeff, you move forward, and we will have some comments maybe towards the end. I would like to get most of your points so we can have, we don't want to leave anything on the table, or any stone not, we want to flip every stone, right? So move ahead, please,
Okay, thank you, Khaled. I appreciate that. So, and I think this might help with some of the topics we were just discussing with George. So this is now looking more closely at August 18th. This was the Tuesday, the peak load day in the WEC. Same data as before with the EIM transfers to the CAISO and the alerts shown at the bottom. And really, we just wanted to take a look and understand more thoroughly what the EIM transfers look like during this difficult period. And so we've already showed the CAISO detail, but now just overlaying the EIM transfers from the other EIM entities, as well as illustrating the other BAs across WEC that were also facing reliability challenges. The one thing I just want to make sure is clear, these emergencies were for all other BAs in the WEC. These are not specific to the EIM. But the takeaway is just to say, look, it wasn't just the CAISO that was facing reliability challenges. This was a really difficult time for entities across the West, both in the Southwest and in the Northwest. And so it was just a really stressed period on the grid in a general sense. But I think to some of the discussions, George, we had, you do see And I think this just helps to kind of illustrate that even despite the broader reliability challenges, there is a pretty apparent pattern to the EIM activity with the CAISO being a large buyer and the majority of the other entities generally being sellers. And it's this type of outcome that I was referring to when I said that some of the ways that these topics or design features are implemented have different implications for different entities, not because they're applied differently, but because they're situated differently in terms of their market activity. And that's all I was trying to get at. And so this is just to try to help inform what does it look like during this period, and we have to at some point bring in some of the other entities and evaluate what their activity looks like and what the potential repercussions are more generally in the EIM when we're talking about resource sufficiency. So some of the issues, I think just maybe starting with thinking about EIM operations in terms of stress system conditions, reliability challenges. As I just mentioned, there were also many EIM entities that were facing record loads, challenging system conditions, all similar types of issues the CAISO was facing during this time. And we really did see that as the previous slide showed. There were numerous EEA emergency alerts across the West, emergency transactions, reserve sharing deployments. This was a difficult time. And so one of the things we've been thinking about is, are there improvements from an operational perspective that might be worth considering? So, for example, EIM entities, even when they're participating in the market, they still maintain their own operations and own control over their BAs. And one of the tools they have if they're in a situation that they need to address from a reliability perspective is they can always choose to disconnect themselves from the EIM by, in effect, locking their transfer capability. And that might be something that they choose to do given current situations that they're facing with reliability challenges. But one of the things is that kind of thing is to the extent it's manual, it could be overlooked. It could be something that is just a distraction, given that the operator is going to be tasked with likely a lot of different things they're trying to deal with during these times. And so one thing we thought would be worth considering is some improved automated method to say if a BA gets into an emergency or has some way to kind of declare that there would be a more automated approach to ensure that they don't end up with EIM exports during the same period. And I kind of liken this to a previous enhancement that was made where I think, and I've forgotten which entity proposed it, but it's essentially a threshold on changes to EIM transfers from one interval to the next to try to make sure that kind of regardless of the situation, you don't see a swing in your dispatches that exceed a certain threshold. And that's a really valuable tool to have that just puts some limitations around the dispatch so that if the operators are distracted with something else, they don't turn around and go, oh, you know, I wasn't expecting that, and that's something that I need to block or, you know, deal with through the market software. So anyhow, this is one area we just think in terms of thinking through operations and how the market fits in with operations when all the operators are trying to address their challenges, that it's worth considering something along these lines. The other big topic, though, in terms of EIM is understanding what the economic consequences are. And this is when I alluded to this before, but trying to emphasize why does this matter and what are the repercussions of having either an effective resource sufficiency test or potentially one that is not functioning as intended and allows EIM capacity leaning. And one of the examples I think we have to consider is it's not just the CAISO BA that has to meet the test. All BAs are meeting resource sufficiency test requirements. And a lot of EIM entities are using the bilateral markets to meet their own requirements, and that can include typically forward and day-ahead bilateral purchases in the 16-hour blocks. And what we saw during the heat wave is really significantly elevated prices on certain days in the Southwest region, and more generally across the West. I think one of the issues here, and it comes back to the equity, is what some of these entities are faced with is purchasing bilateral energy at these elevated prices, only to find that then they are having those purchases re-exported in the EIM after they've met their RS test requirements and at a much lower price. So as an example, during this week, the chart is just the average on-peak prices in the Southwest. And so the blue bar is the Palo day-ahead index published by ICE. And if you contrast that to the 16-hour average prices in the Southwest within the EIM, you can see that the FMM and the real-time markets were far below those levels. And so what the repercussions of that are from an economic perspective is that it results in a really large loss for some EIM entities that are basically buying at the blue price and then selling it back at one of the red prices. And just to give a sense, if you were to do the math on August 18th and assume that an entity bought 500 megawatts of day-ahead energy at Palo for the 16-hour block and re-exported that in the EIM, that would be an $8 million loss in a single day. And so that's just as an example to illustrate why some of these issues are really meaningful from an economic perspective. But I do want to make 2 points on this. One is I recognize that this chart includes some of the prices that were above the $1,000 soft offer cap. But I think that, regardless of that, even if you were to evaluate this gap that's highlighted by the yellow bar at the $1,000 level, the concept is the same. So the purpose of this slide is not to focus on the Palo index and then to get into a debate around the pricing at that location. It's to illustrate that the consequence of meeting RS requirements at a bilateral price and having that energy re-exported. And the other point I just wanted to emphasize is it's not that the EIM price being lower than the bilateral price is a problem in and of itself. That is not what I'm saying. Palo, the bilateral market, it might be higher than the EIM, and that is not what I am saying. The issue is when the test isn't applied equitably, when not everyone is meeting the same standard. That's when you get into this challenge where some entities are meeting a certain level of requirement, bearing a significant cost to do that, and then other entities may not be bearing the same cost and not meeting the same standard and are benefiting from the ability to use the supply that's coming into the EIM to address their needs. And so that's where the issue really lies here is, so the two takeaways are just to understand that it's a significant financial issue. It can have large cost implications, and that an inequitable application of a test in effect creates winners and losers. That's what I'm trying the message. This slide is a great one that the CAISO put together, and we've seen it a few times in different forums, and it really helps to illustrate the relationship between the various forward planning activities that each BA employs, whether it's California's resource adequacy or into other entities' IRPs or their other forward approaches, it helps to really illustrate that those forward approaches are eventually bring all the entities into the operating time frame and into the day-ahead and real-time markets. And what it also helps to really emphasize is how important resource sufficiency becomes, because everyone's coming in according to their own individual forward planning practices and processes. They're all different. Resource sufficiency is the tool or the mechanism to measure whether or not each BA has arrived with enough supply to participate in the market and to do that on a level playing field with everyone else. And the other thing that this visualization helps to illustrate is that in order for that concept to be effective, there needs to be an incentive, because the concept is that if I don't live up to the RS requirement, I don't get to enter the market and lean on the supply that the others are bringing in when they're meeting that RS principle. And so basically what the concern is that if you don't have an effective RS framework, it undermines that incentive to say, I've got to take my steps through my RA or through my through my IRP. I've got to do something ahead of time to make sure that by the time I get to real time, I've addressed my shortfall, because that's how I'm going to get into the market and get the benefits of participating, accessing diversity, and transacting with the others on that level playing field. And this really stems into, I kind of gave the example of the economic damage of a single day, but it really starts to get into some significant economic issues when you start to evaluate this on a longer term basis. And our view is that the current framework, because of the flaws that we're seeing, it's not providing a sufficient incentive to take those forward steps. And what it really comes down to is it's more economic to rely on the EIM, specifically on the critical days and during the critical hours of need. It's more economic to wait and do that and use the EIM as a tool to address shortfalls than it is to go out ahead of time and contract for that in advance and solve the issue. And that's one of the fundamental challenges. And it really begs the question of, well, what are the economic consequences? If the feedback loop from the resource sufficiency test isn't there to incent that forward activity, and instead there's a framework where there's an opportunity to not take those forward steps, to arrive at the market without being resource sufficient, and then get to import from the EIM to address that. What are the economic consequences of that, especially when the volumes get as large as some of the examples we've seen? And I think, the answer to that is it's hundreds of millions of dollars. It is a really, really significant issue. And that is, again, why we think that it is so important to address these issues as soon as possible. And we do have some thoughts on solutions. And again, I'm just going to run through the rest of it. I've only got 3 or 4 more slides, so I think I can get through in time for some additional discussion. So where do we go from here? Again, I tried to emphasize we want to find solutions. We want to get this fixed. Enhancements before summer 2021 from PowerX's perspective should include a number of key areas. Number one is a straightforward and accurate capacity test. I know, George, you've mentioned a couple times the trade-off between complexity and simplicity, et cetera, and we are not at all advocating for complexity. I think, if anything, we think that the opportunity is now to simplify things, but that can't come at the expense of accuracy. It has to be accurate. There's no solution that doesn't start from a place of we're going to get this right. So I think that's kind of the number one solution. But we also think we do need to contemplate what do we do about EIM transfers during stress system conditions like we saw last year if they should occur in the future. I think it's legitimate to ask that. And we're kind of looking at it from two perspectives. On the export side, I already mentioned this, add improved automation to allow a BA that's deficient to limit its exports if it desires. I think that just provides some additional functionality that would be valuable for BAs that are in a difficult situation and need to navigate that. So that's one benefit that we think that would be useful from an operations perspective. In terms of resource sufficiency, we do think that we should be considering financial consequences instead of transfer limits for deficient BAs that are receiving imports through the EIM. And I'll come back to that and describe a concept that we have, but I think we're trying to navigate this issue of, I don't think the objective is to compound reliability issues, but how do we take the right steps to incent these issues to get resolved? And that's where we're headed, and I'll come back to that. The last one is improved oversight and reporting to the governing body, and I'll also come back to this as well. But I think we're at a stage where, at least from PowerX's point of view, this is a significant issue, as I've mentioned. There is a lot of complexity in the test. It's difficult, I think, for stakeholders to understand what's going on with it. You know, we have good access to the data, and we do a lot of review of this, but it's a challenge. It is a challenge to understand the test and to really be able to sort of evaluate it on an ongoing basis and say, is this working as we want or not? And so I think there is definitely an opportunity here to really improve on that element to make sure that we end up at a place where not only we've made the improvements, but going forward, we're doing what we can to ensure that it's functioning the way it should be on a sustained basis over time. And I mentioned this at the beginning. What we would like to see is an accelerated stakeholder process dedicated to RS and with implemented enhancements before the summer. We think this is really critical. This workshop is a great start, but we need more. We need others that are probably trying to digest all of this, possibly for the first time, to give it consideration. And we need to take these steps now, because the bottom line is we can't have another summer with the same outcomes that we saw last year. It's just too important. We have to get it fixed. So the last two slides, I'm going to skim over this one because I think the concept of a capacity test is fairly clear. What we are looking for is sum up your internal supply. Make sure that it's real and that it's capable of performing. That is the number one technical issue that we see in terms of, you know, just in the technical minutia, we need to figure out how to make sure that actually happens, because right now it's not. Non-EIM import supply. It should be counted if you can identify it. If there's a tag or some way to be able to say, when I'm doing the test, yeah, I know that I've got that import coming in. And on the demand side, do you have enough resources to cover your 15-minute maximum load in the hour? Do you have enough to cover your operating reserves? Any non-EIM exports that you've agreed to and confirmed? The uncertainty in your load forecast? And of course, all of that reduced by a diversity benefit. So I don't want to get stuck in the weeds on this, because obviously there's nuances to how to achieve this. But I think this visual just helps to kind of say, at a high level, this needs to happen. And that's an important characteristic. Last concept is the failure consequences and this financial idea that we have. So again, it's critical. The failure consequence has to provide the incentive to resolve these capacity shortfalls ahead of time and arrive at the test resource sufficient. That is what we we want to accomplish, and in some ways saying, well, we'll just limit transfers to 0, that's probably the easiest way to accomplish that, because it's fairly clear. If you don't meet the test, you don't import. But we are trying to recognize the situation that exists where the CAISO's at and its RA enhancements and the CPUC in evaluating reforms to RA, and we don't want to compound reliability issues moving into the summer. But that being said, it just can't be an economic option to lean on the EIM. And so we've been thinking about, well, what do you do about EIM imports during resource sufficiency failures? And the question we're asking is there a way to address these different priorities and deal with RS failures in a manner that achieves the objective of ensuring there's a sufficient incentive to resolve the shortfalls in advance, but also potentially allowing a deficient BA to receive EIM imports if there actually is available supply in the other BAs. And to achieve something like that, we would propose that we consider new financial consequences. And basically the concept is that BAs that fail the capacity test are going to face a higher cost for leaning on the EIM to resolve that shortfall. And by putting in that financial consequence, it also provides a price signal within that deficient BA to take those forward steps. And so on the flip side, though, it also provides a measure of protection for the other EIM BAs, because it does a couple of things. One is it ensures that if you're resource deficient and you haven't met the same standard that everyone else has, you're going to basically deploy your own resources first before you start relying on the EIM. And I'll get into that on how that would play out. The second is it would provide a layer of protection from other BAs of having their prices and their BAs spike because of the deficiency in some other BA. And so it in effect provides a couple of layers of protection, as I mentioned, to the other entities that have met the requirements from some of these outcomes that they may want to avoid resulting from a resource deficient BA. So basically how it would work is define a deficiency transfer limit for each failing BA. And from a capacity test failure, you would set the transfer limit to 0, because as I said earlier, when we're talking about capacity shortfalls, as soon as you're importing from the EIM, that is leaning. But from a flexibility perspective, stick with the current approach, which is set the deficiency transfer limit to the current level of imports, just like today. So in effect, bifurcate the repercussions to reflect the nature of the failure, whether it's capacity or whether it's flexibility. Now, once you've done that, though, now you've got a transfer limit in place, but we could consider allowing that limit to be relaxed at a penalty price. And so what you say is prices aren't going to automatically rise, because all it's doing is saying you can't import from the EIM. So the first thing that's going to happen is the resources inside that BA will be deployed first. So the prices don't automatically go to $2,000, but you've in effect reprioritized to say, well, you have to use your own resources first before you start relying on EIM supply. If your own resources actually aren't enough to meet your load in the hour and you need to lean on the EIM to resolve any remaining gap you have, you can do that, but now you're going to see that penalty price come into effect and the BA will be faced with the $2,000 price. And so this is what will lead to in our view, what it does is it gives some of those different benefits as far as saying we have a consequence. The incentive to pass is there. But in the moment, if you need to rely on the EIM and there is supply out there, it can be accessed. And that's the balance we're trying to strike with this proposal. But I think it comes with something else, which is repeat failures should require some reporting to the EIM governing body, something that would say, why is this occurring? How are we going to fix it in the future? And the reason to say that is, regardless of these issues and the solutions, there needs to be a commitment to the principles, and there needs to be an understanding from everyone, all participants, that these are tests that we take seriously and that we intend to meet. And if that's not happening for some reason, I think that needs to be something that is deemed to be a significant concern for the functioning of the market and something that we need to elevate to make sure it gets resolved in a timely and sufficient manner. So that's basically the end of our proposal. There may be other measures or different measures from this that are needed, but this is what we've been thinking about. It may not be the end-all be-all, but we're trying to come up with solutions to address this issue because we really feel, like I've said before strongly, that we need to take action now, and we want to provide solutions that could provide a workable framework in advance of the summer. So I got through it all. I know it took longer, and we don't have a lot of time, but happy to take comments and questions.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I think, yeah, I just want to, because of the time, I didn't want to interrupt you with the, to interrupt your line of thinking, but I just wanted to clarify something which is probably you used a lot, to emphasize the capacity, the inaccuracy. Let me start with, at least the points that you summarized very well. But the inaccuracy of the capacity, and we kind of agree with you that it is not a perfect test. I want to give you even much more than that. I mean, what you said, it is, and it was known and it was kind of discussed, is that the capacity test is looking at the, the bid range, and that's what it is called, actually. We call it capacity test just for abbreviation, but it is a bid range capacity test. And it's looking at the, load forecast. I just want to remind you that there is no checking of the capability, when an EIM is submitting for us those bid range, there is no checking from our side to say, oh, you have included all of your ancillary service and operating reserve inside, the base schedules that you're submitting. So there is no check there. We take it at its face value, and we leave it to every area that is trying to, ensure that they have enough capacity. For the ISO, it's no difference. It's, we look at the at the bids and, we take whatever is available from the bid range. But I want to emphasize something, that most of those hours that you mentioned that we were in stage 2 and stage 3, it wasn't until we, curtailed load. It wasn't because we could not meet our load forecast. It was, in addition to the forecast, it was the operating reserve and, all of the contingency reserve and operating reserve. We start seeing a reduction there. That's why we, some of those decisions were made. But more importantly for me is that at some cases we look like we are not meeting our operating reserve and load forecast, but we are actually meeting it by arming some loads at certain intervals. But that may not be obvious from the graphs, but I think that's for a separate discussion. The flex, the other issue, which is you hit too hard about, that the ISO treatment of making sure that we have the tags that are supported by, or the schedules that we are considering for ISO is different from the schedules that are with the EIM. I don't think that's the case because we have a rule that anything that clears in half, they should have, of course it goes into the ABS and they either confirm it or decline that award. But anything, we have a rule in our tariff to say that the tags needs to be submitted before T-40. So this information will be given to both the test and the market, so that the RTD-5, which is the first, the 15-minute market that runs for the first interval of the hour, the next hour, it takes into account if there is a tag, we will use whatever is in the tag. Now, there is one area that we are fixing it in the interchange deviation settlements, which will go production, I think, in about a month or so. So we had a rule that, okay, if we don't have a tag and, and then the resource, if we don't have a tag at all, we were using the schedule for HAS in anticipation that they will put the tag, late tag. However, this, in about a month, this interchange deviation settlement is even eliminating that and is saying that if I don't have a tag, send a zero to the market, so the market will not even consider these after the T-40. So we are pretty much same conditions like the EIMs, and actually I see it as the ISO is a little bit tighter because in the EIM, when they give us the intertie base schedules, it contains pending transactions. So it's not only the confirmed one, there is also pending, which the entities are very, kind of have a good confidence that it will come. So they put it as part of that. Versus the ISO, we don't. So I look at this as actually the other way around, that the ISO is tighter than the EIMs in this regard. But again, this is something that we can discuss even further, and we can explain it even further. The area about the consequence of failing the capacity should be different. I think I agree with you. So far, the consequence of failing the capacity test is exactly the same as consequence of failing the flex test in our current design. I think we are very open to see what could be done if somebody fails the capacity test. And I totally agree with the concept of trying, to leave room for evaluation of whether, we can get that, if there is an economic capacity in other areas that can help in this situation, why not we cannot get it with maybe the appropriate price for that capacity. But I want to, and I understand the proposal that you put there for the, pricing of those transfers. But I also want to, kind of put a caveat to that, is that since the capacity test, we don't want to, have it really very complicated. So there is a chance that the capacity test may say fail, okay? But in reality, because it's looking into, simplified way of looking at things, and it's looking at, it's looking at the load forecasts and VR forecasts that are probably late, not the very latest that the market has. So when the real operating hours comes in and the market is using the most up-to-date information, maybe for that hour the capacity test fail, and let's say we don't allow, or let's say even we allow the transfer with a high cost like you mentioned, and that will mean that the internal resources in that area will move in order to supply that shortage before we take imports from the other BEAs. However, let's say if you can meet your shortage, meaning the capacity test results were not accurate. So if you can meet it by moving those resources, so what we will end up is that we have a non-efficient dispatch because we moved the resources with probably higher cost than allowing imports from EIM transfer with a much lower cost, but we couldn't get them because now we added this markup because of the failure of capacity. So even that, I agree this is probably better than not, put that markup. But I'm saying even that is not bulletproof because it could create situations, unintended situations, and we may find ourselves coming back and say, why did you prevent the transfer? We say, oh, because of the markup, and that, we need to kind of acknowledge that, and we say, okay, this is kind of the compromises we were talking about. So if we found that is better, maybe that's a good idea. So I just wanted to cover all these points that you raised quickly to make sure that, to give you some kind of a quick feedback. But I found all of them to be very interesting, and we need to dig in more and more in each one, Jeff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Khaled. I don't want to try to tackle all of that because I think you gave a lot of feedback on a lot of the topics, and I think it helps to show that you're right from the perspective of we need to get the details right, and I agree with that, and I appreciate the feedback and clarifications you gave. I think the one thing I just wanted to reemphasize is that any enhancements that we're proposing, we're in no way suggesting they would be applicable more stringently to the CAISO versus anyone else. We're really trying to get to a place where the test is consistently applied to EIM entities and the CAISO in the same way. So that's the goal. I just want to make sure that that's clear, and hopefully it was. But otherwise, thanks for the feedback on all the detailed areas. I appreciate it.
And I would like to open for any other, not the ISO people, anybody else from the audience with these few minutes left. If they have any question, let's have other people engaged.
All right, I do have a few more callers here in the question queue. So going on to our first caller. All right, caller, your line is now unmuted.
Hey, Jeff. This is Carrie Bentley from the Western Power Trading Forum. Thanks for this excellent presentation. I had two responses. One, I'm hoping that CAISO can consider some form of this before next summer. Gridwell, a consulting firm, did an analysis that showed that it really was the pricing that limited 5-minute EIM transfers. So you talked a lot about the economic consequences, but I think there was a reliability consequence to the way the pricing works, and not having this sort of, this penalty price, I suppose, as you're calling it here. So we would really advocate this for reliability reasons. But it is a very blunt scarcity pricing mechanism. I would say you would want to do this, or you'd want to have some sort of more nuanced scarcity pricing mechanism, because if you just say it's $2,000 whenever there's leaning, that really doesn't reflect approaching near scarce conditions. It's very bimodal. I think there would be some challenging consequences of this, particularly your slide that showed, when everyone in the EIM starts having reliability issues and everyone's prices go to $2,000, then suddenly we don't really know where to send the energy. So while it may be a good short-term measure, I would question whether this would be indicative enough of actual need to work long-term. And then the second thing I wanted to say really quickly is more of a question. I'm surprised that you're advocating setting the deficiency transfer limit at 0 megawatts. that seems overly, like the consequence seems inappropriately large compared to perhaps a negative action. I mean, you could imagine that you're importing thousands of megawatts and then maybe you're 2 megawatts short. It seems punitive and not really reflective of actual reliability leaning conditions to set it at 0. And I'm wondering why 0? Is that purely punitive, or do you just think that, you know, once you have any sort of failure, you shouldn't get to import at all, even if you're not leaning for reliability reasons, but just, you know, an efficient market transfer?
Thanks, Carrie. I appreciate the comments. I do think that this is different from scarcity, and it's not really intended to send a price signal from a scarcity perspective. It is a method to say, look, if you kind of start from what are we trying to prevent? We're trying to prevent leaning. Well, the simplest way to do that is just block the transfer outright, unless you meet the standard that we've all agreed to meet. And I think what we're trying to say is we recognize that puts the market in a difficult place from a perspective of the current challenges on the grid. So is there a way to navigate that issue to say, even though that is the principle and that there should be a resource sufficiency framework in place that prevents leaning, if leaning is necessary and imports are going to occur when you haven't met that RS obligation, there is a price impact to that gives you that forward incentive. And so I think it's just a slightly different purpose. And, you know, again, I just reemphasize, we're not suggesting the price in that BA goes to 1,000 or to 2,000 megawatts by definition. We're trying to say that if you want to use EIM supply during that period, that is the approach. And I think you have to define the bar and come up with a way to incent all entities to meet that bar. And that's kind of what we're, you know, that's what we're trying to get to is we've all agreed this is the requirement for resource efficiency and we're going to meet that up front, and that's how we're going to participate. And if you don't meet that, well, yes, the implication is you're not participating in the market for that, except for these extreme situations where if you're desperate for it and you need to do that, well, then there is a financial method for that to occur because we're not trying to compound the reliability challenges. So I hope that answers the thinking on that.
It does. I think I struggle with it because it's really viewing EIM in a way I see EIM integrated more into the pricing of the real-time market overall. And this really, the premise behind it seems to be that EIM prices should drive this forward capacity behavior. But EIM is just a tiny, tiny part of everyone's markets. So I don't think its pricing should be, and it's the consequence of your actions in EIM should really have that big of impact on your overall incentives to make sure supply meets demand. And I think there are a lot of other incentives outside EIM for you to do that. So I think maybe that's my struggle. I like your framework, Jeff.
Well, I just, you know what, the way you frame that is interesting, but I guess I would counter that we're looking at it sort of in the reverse, which is that EIM shouldn't be the economic option to resolve it. There's got to be another, and that's what the EIM test and this penalty is intended to prevent. So it's not that the EIM is the sole incentive to meet your forward obligations, but we're trying to eliminate the opportunity to use the EIM to avoid taking those other steps. So it's just kind of the inverse, I think, of the way that you described it, and maybe that's somewhat helpful to the line of thinking. Yeah,
it is. And then I think just the definition of leaning, because I think you're saying that any sort of use of EIM is inappropriate. And I don't think I've ever thought that. I thought there's, you know, appropriate leaning, market leaning, and then there's inappropriate leaning, your reliability leaning. And I think I understand now you're saying you shouldn't do it at all. If you can't meet your capacity requirements, you don't get the EIM. So that was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, although, Carrie, the one thing I would add is the way that you, I'm not sure if this is quite a straight line, but you said something appropriate leaning. I would recharacterize that as accessing diversity. And the way that you do that is you all agree to the same standard, and then you lower the resource efficiency requirements for everyone based on some formula that recognizes that there is a benefit to the group from a capacity perspective of pooling resources. And so from that perspective, everyone gets to share in that benefit of relying on each other. But what we're saying is that going beyond that and saying, well, I'm just not going to meet that same standard that others have in order to address a shortfall beyond that agreed upon diversity, that's the area that we would classify as the leaning issue.
Okay. I still think I'm not quite following that, because if you're only short 2 megawatts and you're importing 1,000, you're suddenly saying, no, I don't want you to import 1,000 anymore. But your shortage was only 2 megawatts. What's your issue with the other 998 megawatts that are being imported in?
Well, don't forget your requirement is already lower by some amount to recover or to reflect your diversity benefit. So if you're not even meeting that, you're relying on the diversity benefit and then some without meeting the same standard that anyone else has. And as soon as you start getting any energy in the EIM, you are using that when you haven't met that requirement. So I understand your example, but I think we have to start from the principle of it's pretty black and white from a capacity perspective in terms of did you meet the requirement or not. And you get the benefit of the diversity up front so that you can incorporate that into your forward planning and reduce how much you need to bring. But fundamentally, you're making the agreement along with everyone else that we're all going to meet that same standard.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff and Carrie. And just a reminder to folks, we are over, so I think we have a couple more in the queue.
Yeah.
So we do appreciate your time and engagement, folks. Again, happy to take all these in written form as well.
All right, looks like we do have one more caller in queue. All right, caller, you
We are able to go up to 30 minutes, I believe. Is that correct, Chris?
That is correct, yes.
Thanks.
All right, caller, your line's now unmuted. All right, caller, please ensure your device isn't on mute. All right, and we have no more callers in the question queue.
All right, great, folks. I appreciate that. Jeff, I'm not sure. Thanks again for your time and information. This is great. I'm not sure if you want to have any final words before we turn over, if you don't mind, operator, back to my screen to show the schedule and next steps.
Thanks, Jimmy. I don't want to take up any more time other than just to say thanks. We really appreciate the time and always look forward to more discussion on this with CAISO and with stakeholders. So thanks again.
Of course, Jeff. Thanks so much. Give me 1 second until I pull up these slides real quick, folks. I just want to make sure you can see that correct on the screen.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks, folks. You can bear with me real quick. So January 20th, I believe, when we're asking for comments on this discussion, again, appreciate your time. You can see upcoming, we have a tentative date for when we intend on publishing the next iteration, followed by a tentative call date, as well as comments due. As you can see, you can look for a formal notice on that. after which we have further iterations, and we are targeting the EIM governing body in March, as you can see, followed by the board later that month, all in time for the June 1st implementation. So as you can see, a lot going on. We do appreciate all of your input today, and thanks again to PowerX and Jeff for your time. And please, we do look for your written comments, which should be available soon, if not now, I'm told, on the initiative page. And once they are, there's a link for you right there. So once more, folks, thanks again. And this was recorded, as mentioned. That should be available in the next couple of days. Please look out for that as well. And please stay safe and happy, of course. So thanks so much.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.